Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome
You're not on.
to the resumption.
You're not on.
We have a microphone here. IT, 1, 2, 3. Is anybody else on?
Test, test, test. No.
Nobody's on.
He's going to go take care of it.
Patrick is? Okay. Okay, good. I got my chocolates.
Hello.
My clock? You do have very nice people. Whether they're food.
This is the worst.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
We still taking cards?
Can we roll without it? Testing, testing.
Hey, we got another card just came in. Do you want it?
No.
Okay. We're not taking any more. No.
Testing.
Put them in and see what
I'll
happens
put it.
with board members.
I don't know what they are. No, it's just a person.
Okay. Testing. Mr. Lawyer? Are we recording when we're on the microphone? Testing, testing. All right, we are on. We're hot. Okay, let's go. Thank you, those of you who are in charge of our technology. We are going to move forward. This is a resumption of our zoning commission meeting, and we are ready to proceed. And thank you, folks, for staying. I'm going to have Commissioner Weiss read the next 6 cards. As you hear your name, come on up to the microphones.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Just-
Oh, I'm sorry.
just
Commissioner Weiss. Yeah.
I have to leave to go and pick up my daughter after this vote, so I'd like to do, if I can do commissioner comments now, so that way I can get out of the way if I have to leave.
What we could do is
Can
we
I do
could have
mine?
your comments
Just mine, so.
now.
Yeah, so.
Want to do it now or?
Yeah, just now.
Okay, right now, okay.
Just real quick, so I had a meeting yesterday with Vanderbilt and some of the representatives, and they were asking county staff some questions and county attorney questions, and so what I asked them was I would ask commission to get county approval to speak to them, and then for them to make a formal presentation to us at our August 20th meeting. So just asking for if we could do that.
Okay. So you're asking for, are you asking for board approval to
County.
commence
No,
Board of County Commissioners?
No, just to ask staff to meet with them, and then also for them to present to us August 20th.
August 20th?
Yes.
Okay. So the question is, can we allow representatives from Vanderbilt University to start their discussions with county staff as well as with county commissioners? And is Mr. Rutter, you look like you want to say something?
Just
before
going
I
to say,
take the vote?
we'd be happy with board direction on both those points, and that would, make sure the board has the awareness, and we will move forward with it.
Right. and to place this on the agenda for the August 20th County Commission meeting.
Correct.
Very good. Is there anybody opposed to that? Okay, we're all for it. Then it is done. It is passed. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on with the meeting. And Commissioner Bernard, you are excused when
I'm
you
not
need to
leaving.
be. Okay? All right. So, Commissioner Weiss is going to read the next 6 cards. Come on up and have your opinion heard. Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. Shelley Wacaster, looks like Barbara Foster, Michael Klein, Don Newbaum, and Cynthia Zamani, and John Quattrini.
Very good, ma'am. State your name. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Shelley Waycaster, and I live at 4572 Lotus Way, and my home abuts the golf course. My husband and I and our 2 children and my grandson now, we have lived in Cypress Creek for over 20 years, and our 2 family dogs. Our community is forever divided over the Toll Brothers' proposed infill redevelopment. Like most things, where you stand on this issue directly depends on where you live in the community, with a few exceptions. Those that live on or around the golf course are opposed to the site plan because it doesn't address 2 vital questions. Question number 1, how does this plan prevent us from being poisoned by the toxins that we all know exist? We've all talked about it at great lengths today. They're there. We are not protected. We know that the previous developer, Pulte, did limited testing, and it has concentrations that are 14 times state cleanup targets. This is a fact. We've heard of a lot today, a lot of emotion, as you can hear in my voice. There's been a lot of exaggeration. There's been a lot of proposals. There's been a lot of promises and a lot of misinformation stated today. Again, I'm going to state the facts. Number 1, there's poisons in our development. I have a grandson, he's 2.5. He won't be able to swim in our family pool. Our dogs won't be able to go outside. My grandson won't be able to play out in our backyard. That's a fact. Question number 2. How does this plan prevent flooding from substantial replacement of the golf course? It does have higher elevation. You're hearing what they're telling you here today, but again, it's a fact. This can only increase the current issues that we have already in our community with this high volume of stormwater runoff. Again, these questions have not been answered. I ask you why. Why have they not been answered before we've come here today to meet with you? Why have we not had answers on the toxins, the amount, what this is going to do? Who's going to stand there and watch these developers every day while they're in our community? Who's going to monitor the dust, the debris, all of that? We know that that can't happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Nazamani, and I live at 4719 Buceta Road with my spouse and children. We've lived there nearly 30 years. Our home directly abuts the golf course. I am very concerned that this project will negatively affect the surrounding homes and our existing drainage system, and I am opposed to the current site plan. Because this development will be at a higher elevation than our existing homes, stormwater runoff will adversely impact the homes around it. The golf course plays a crucial role in managing stormwater. It is an integral part of the drainage system, acting like a sponge to absorb and manage stormwater runoff. It's done this for the last 40+ years. The site plan concentrates most of the storage ponds to the east and the elevated construction primarily to the west, increasing the hard surfaces that will cause more stormwater runoff. This layout is for Toll Brothers' convenience and to reduce its cost rather than follow best practices. This increased runoff shifts flooding risk to the older homes in our neighborhood because of their lower elevations compared to the newer construction and other newer areas within our own development. The county's zoning approval process does not require a detailed analysis to prove the feasibility of a replacement drainage solution before this project is potentially approved. This analysis is only completed after approval, and very little of that necessary work has even been started or been shared with our own engineer. This process deprives the public of the opportunity to fully comment on potentially significant changes to the site plan to address these drainage concerns. I urge you to withhold your approval until a suitable drainage system design is completed, allowing the public, those that are us here today, to provide input on a site plan to protect the existing homes that surround the golf course. Taking this proactive step is crucial to safeguarding our homes and our community from harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
There's going to be a lot of comment about drainage, so I'm going to circle back to staff for answers. You can either do it now or after comments.
All of the analysis required to get to this point at the Board of County Commissioners has been provided and is included in the backup. The way Palm Beach County does these reviews, there's a public hearing stage at the Board of County Commissioners, and then the applicant continues to move forward with subdivision plans and civil plans and a lot more detailed analysis, and that's just the way our process works. Olive, if there's anything you want to elaborate on that?
No, she's correct. At this stage, the applicant has provided their drainage statement. They've addressed all the issues required to be addressed in that. And then when they submit for their subdivision plan, we are going to dive deep into their drainage study.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Foster, and I live on that thin edge, northern edge of Palo Verde that some of you have been a little bit concerned about. A few of you have seen the pictures my husband shared with you, that's him right there, of our property line. So as a constituent, I have one question I would like for you to consider. How does Toll Brothers mitigate when there is no room to mitigate? Our pool screen is only 30 inches from our property line. That's from the end of my finger to my shoulder. The footer of our screen and deck are on the property line where bulldozers are scheduled to excavate. This is the footer. Here's our property line. Bulldozers are coming right here. This raises serious concerns about damage to our property, our pool, deck, screened enclosure. We have no room to fence, to plan our own landscaping, or to add screening to protect our family. A few of my neighbors are in similar situations. Our pool and deck is literally our backyard. It is nearly the length and fully the width of our house, making it an integral part of our home life. This was a wish I had when I was a kid. Wouldn't it be great to have a pool as big as your backyard, your whole backyard? It is. It is the only safe outdoor space we have to relax, exercise, play with our dogs, and entertain family and friends. This project unjustly threatens its availability for our safe use for years. Our pool professional is familiar with these golf course conversions. I consulted with him, and in his experience, they wreak havoc on pool filtration systems, damage pumps, and often render pools unusable until the landscaping has been completed. How will toxic dirt be kept off our pool deck and out of our pool so we can safely use our backyard? How will damage to property be prevented? And when it cannot, who's going to pay for it? So remember, I asked you to consider one question. How does Toll Brothers mitigate when there is no room to mitigate? Here are some answers for you. 1, require Toll Brothers to individually work with the Cypress Creek residents who are most seriously impacted by that construction. Require the compatibility buffers to be increased to 50 feet. require the soil closest to our property line remain untouched by bulldozers, require Toll Brothers to move their drainage system and easement further away from the property line, and require compatibility buffers and landscaping to be completed first. We are all of us asking for your help and your protection. Remember your prayer this morning? No problem too small, no problem too complicated to solve. Please help us solve ours. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Newbaum. I live with her at 4804 Palo Verde Drive in Boynton Beach. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the association. But as a constituent of Palm Beach County, I'm asking for your help. Last September, we sent a letter to the county listing potential revisions to our site plan and possible concessions. This letter was shared with Toll. This request included things like lowering density, limiting perimeter houses to single stories, increasing the compatibility width to 50 feet, using independent third-party consultants to oversee our drainage design and soil and toxin remediation processes, and many other benefits to the community. There's been lots of meetings, lots of conversations, but our most critical requests continue to be ignored. This past Monday morning at 11:20 a.m., 10 months after conversations began, less than 48 hours before this meeting, we received a vague last-minute proposal from Toll Brothers contingent on our board's support or non-opposition to their application. Some of these requests that we asked for were partially addressed, others continue to be ignored. Other concessions were to Toll's benefits. Several would require more research and community input. In short, our board was not given enough time to hold a properly noticed meeting to discuss with the community Toll's 11th hour offer. Why did it take 10 months, and why were we given so few hours to consider it? You all are aware of our many concerns. We request 50-foot compatibility buffers between adjacent lots, single-story homes around the perimeter of Toll's development, third-party oversight of our drainage systems and soil remediation processes, a connection between the east and west side of our community, lower density, more mature landscaping. Should this project be approved, the community will lose its last leverage, its last bargaining chip. You are our last line of defense. I'm asking for your help. Please consider these requests and include them as conditions of your approval. I have a little bit more time, a couple things I would like to additionally ask. I appreciate the amendments and additional conditions of approval that you've put on this application, but I've noticed that some have been removed regarding drainage and environmental, like number 13 and number 2. I'm curious why those prior conditions of approval have been removed. Also, how are we going to compel this new HOA to maintain the drainage system, which is the benefit of our community? If the shoe was on the other foot and they came to us asking us to solve their drainage problem, we don't have the money to do that. How are we, after Toll is gone, how is our drainage going to be protected by this neighbor? Also, regarding the toxins, things like that, we got to remember this was a golf course. Those toxins were spread on the golf course, not the homes that were around it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you,
Appreciate your
sir.
service.
Sir, you're recognized.
I was asked to offer this from Peter Feeman for your acceptance potentially.
Give it to a member of the staff and we'll get it, sir. Thank you.
It's Feeman.
Go
Ma-
ahead, sir.
My name is Michael Clark.
Madam Mayor, if I may, real quick, to the extent that information in that is from somebody else,
I would like to submit this, if I may, on my own behalf, representing the association in conjunction with our attorney, if I may do that. May I offer it for
absolutely.
acceptance?
It can be taken into evidence as far as relying upon it as competent substantial evidence to the extent that it involves hearsay, opinions or whatnot from somebody that isn't here to be cross-examined or sworn in. Just wanted to make that
Is he an
clear.
attorney?
It was the attorney that was here earlier that spoke, representing, from Peter Feeman's office. So he's the one that left it, and that's.
It was the prior
Okay.
attorney representing the POA,
Somebody that was
Yes.
already
but
here.
they were supposed to ask for it to be received and filed, and he didn't.
Okay,
So this
understood.
just needs to be received and
So-
filed and give it to the clerk,
Okay.
if the board accepts the documents.
Is that okay, Mr. Lawyer?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't somebody from the outside that hadn't been a part of this process.
He had been.
Very good, okay. It will be received in file. Thank you, sir.
I am Michael Klein. My home is at 4596 Palo Verde and directly abuts the golf course. I've been told that if I'm a resident, I don't have near as much weight to my voice as if I'm an expert. Now, I'm not sure I would call myself an expert, but I hold certification as a safety, health, and environmental professional. I'm an OSHA-recognized outreach safety trainer in both construction and general industry. I've worked at national engineering firms for 15 years in 9 states. I'm an all-hazard FEMA safety officer, and I'm currently the health and safety manager at Palm Beach State College. I'm also a member of the board of directors for our HOA. Cypress Creek has been an environmental hot potato since this proposed project began. Now, virtually overnight, we see regulatory bait and switch on the conditions of approval for a company with 370 EPA violations in 23 states. Why have conditions ERM 2, ERM 13, and Health 1, my personal favorite, been eliminated and replaced with much less protective restrictions? I understand that a lot of these restrictions are to support the mixing or blending. This is a game of hide the poison where samples are like playing cards strewn on the ground, where if the bad card is found, the deck is just shuffled again until you pick a card from the deck that isn't contaminated. You can't put unenforceable restrictions on Toll Brothers like performed right away and as much as practical. They have proven that's not appropriate. They need much more specific direction, control, and oversight. Toll Brothers has an environmental track record that we need to be wary of. These standard construction limitations that have been placed as replacements to more restrictive conditions of approval on a site that with as much known contamination as this site are reckless and environmentally irresponsible. They will not protect the existing neighbors that live on and around the golf course. Toll Brothers might be good at building houses, but they've proven they're not good at preparing the ground that they intend to build upon. With headlines, luxury by design and quality by chance, I don't know what to expect. Fortunately, I'm likely not going to build, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is John Quattrini, and I'm the immediate past president of the Cypress Creek Property Owners Association. And I live at 4213 Palo Verde Drive with my wife Dolly and my rescue dog Chino. It's my understanding that the proposal must meet design standards, including but not limited to landscaping, architectural design, and building setbacks. And while you may have been shown pictures of Cypress Creek houses whose exteriors look to be compatible, you need to know that those are pictures of interior lots on the west side, not the homes adjacent to the golf course, with the wider lots and buffers that we're talking about. We've asked Toll Brothers to match up their single-story houses to our single-story houses. They've refused. There is a difference between what you're allowed to do and what you should do. Now, this proposal is not designed to be compatible with the surrounding land uses in the following 3 ways. 1, 89% of Cypress Creek lots which border the golf course are single-story. In fact, 90% of all homes in Cypress Creek are 1-story. Constructing two or three 2-story houses behind our existing 1-story homes is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, nor is threatening to build 1-story homes on similar smaller lots behind our homes either a compatible solution. This just puts more homes behind each one of ours. Still not compatible. 2, Cypress Creek lots, which border the golf course, have side setbacks which average 20 feet with a minimum of 15 feet. Toll Brothers is proposing a 7.5-foot setback. There's a total of 5 feet wider than 0 lot line construction and little more than 1/3 the Cypress Creek side setbacks. Still not compatible. Cypress Creek lots abutting the golf course have rear setbacks of 30 feet. Toll Brothers is proposing 15-foot rear setbacks. Still not compatible. Now, this project has not been designed to be compatible with Cypress Creek, obviously. The request to rezone the golf course from AR to PUD and the request to abandon the special golf course exception must be denied, or delayed at least, until Toll Brothers revises their conceptual plan to meet the compatibility standards of Cypress Creek. I urge you to oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, the next 6 names, come on up.
Here we go. Tamara Barron, Christian Barron, Nancy Klein, Christian Chavers, Tim Sturgiu Allen, and Emily Biancardi.
Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Barron, and I live at 4340 Cariota Drive with my husband and my children and my dog. The proposed PUD must be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. By consuming the preserved area of the Cypress Creek subdivision, this proposal permanently destroys a recreational space specifically identified in the comprehensive plan and the West Boynton Area Community Plan adopted by the City of Boynton Beach and Palm Beach County in 1995. Section 2C of this plan states that a combination of parks, private parks, and recreational facilities were in place to serve the various recreational needs of the residents. Further, it includes country clubs and golf courses under private parks and recreational facilities. Most importantly, this section specifically lists Cypress Creek Golf Course as one of those recreational facilities included in the calculation of parks available to West Boynton area residents. To approve the change in zoning from AR to PUD will go against the original design of our community and the West Boynton Community Plan, your plan for meeting the recreational needs of West Boynton. The Cypress Creek Golf Course is just over 40% of the overall Cypress Creek community. It has served many of the recreational needs of not only the Cypress Creek residents, but also of the West Boynton community for over 50 years. In addition, approving this zoning change and abandoning the golf course special exception will make our neighborhood a non-conforming community. I urge you to deny this proposed project until it meets the goals, objectives, and policies of the county's comprehensive plan.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and for your brevity. Ma'am, you're on.
My name is Nancy Klein, and I live on Palo Verde Drive. My house was built in 1979, and it directly abuts the golf course. I am the Cobra delegate for Cypress Creek, and I voted in opposition of this project at the delegates meeting. Jeff Brophy showed pictures of drainage pipes today, but I am extremely concerned about their conceptual plan that's been shared on how the compatibility buffer will drain behind the older homes in Cypress Creek, especially along Palo Verde, and the proposed new construction of houses at a higher elevation. Toll Brothers has admitted that it must accept this historic runoff, but the runoff certainly will not flow up to the higher elevation of the newly constructed houses on the other side of the buffer. Where is all that water going to go? This conceptual site plan presents no concept of how they will prevent water from entering our homes. Before Commissioner Kennedy recently voted to deny Toll Brothers' project at zoning, she told Toll Brothers, quote, "What we don't want is for the backyards of the existing neighborhoods to become your drainage swales, your areas," end quote. She didn't want our backyards to become Toll Brothers swales. She explained that it's very important for the community to understand where the water is going and told Toll Brothers to be very transparent in how the water is being handled. There is no compensation to us for accepting the increased flood risk caused by this proposed development, and Zoning Commissioner Rickerter agreed. Before he voted to deny the project, he said he'd seen projects approved and built with drainage problems emerging later. He added, quote, "The builders never go back and fix things," end quote. Please consider requiring Toll Brothers to illustrate that the compatibility buffer elevation is well below the finished floor elevations of each of the homes surrounding the perimeter of its property, as some homes are lower than others. I urge you to deny this application until they can provide answers to the most basic question. How does this site plan prevent Toll Brothers from flooding Cypress Creek homes? Thank you.
Sir, you're recognized.
Hello, my name's Christian Barron. I live at 4340 Cariota Drive. Just heard from my wife. We've been residents and business owners of Boynton Beach for 21 years. Finally purchased our dream home in Cypress Creek in 2016. We chose this neighborhood for many reasons. We loved the old growth and established homes, the winding canals and open spaces. We thought the design layout was great, with east and west communities and a golf course buffer in the middle. It was beyond our comprehension that this neighborhood, after having been established all these years, a developer could come in and get the county to rezone it and accommodate their project. Right in the middle of our neighborhood, of all things. We would have never purchased in this neighborhood and would have never voted for a commissioner that is more concerned with corporate interests than those they are supposed to be representing. In an effort to have transparency, I'm sure we can all agree how important transparency is. Before any decisions would be made on this matter, it should be imperative to know any direct financial incentives that those who are in support of this project might have, whether that is an ownership stake in the golf course being sold, or campaign contributions that may or may not have been made to members of this committee by attorneys advocating
Sir?
for development to move forward.
But that's disgraceful.
No, wait, Vice Mayor.
This is
Take it
only for
Let's just take it-
transparency's sake?
No, let's just take it down a bit, all right? Are you finished, sir?
I'm sorry?
Are you finished? You're about to finish up. Go right ahead.
I did have a little more.
Yes, go ahead.
I just thought disclosures should be,
We have disclosures,
okay.
so go ahead.
Some of us just have a home. Some others up here speaking have more than a home. They might have a financial interest in this. You've heard it mentioned 7 to 8 years ago, it was abandoned. But then you've also heard that 6 years ago, it was purchased. So some up here in support of this may have a financial stake, and other of us don't. We only have our home. You've heard a lot of the issues that we share. It's already difficult for us to pull out on Military Trail safely into traffic. It's partially been addressed. We started with 65 acres of drainage that was required by South Florida Water Management. And we're down to what? 33? 16? Did we get an answer on that? It just seems like we're in a hurry to move forward and we don't have the answers. We don't understand how all of these people, all of these homeowners build their lives around these neighborhoods based on decisions that have been made by folks like you, and then later on, it's changed.
Appreciate
the rules
it.
of the game are changed.
Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Christine Chavers, not Christian, and I live at 4915 Palo Verde Drive with my sister and my 2 dogs. I am opposed to the current site plan because of all the concerns you have heard today. I understand that COBRA plays an important role, and as commissioners, you may have thought you could count on their recommendations. Please know that I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but I need to share with you why you may want to disregard COBRA's recommendations in the case of Cypress Creek. As a COBRA alternate delegate for Cypress Creek, I was saddened and disappointed when COBRA voted to conditionally support Toll Brothers' redevelopment proposal for the Cypress Creek Golf Course, essentially turning its back on one of its member communities, the very community impacted by the vote. From what I understand, many delegates were leaning toward not supporting the site plan based on increased traffic along an already congested portion of Military Trail. That is, until a COBRA officer expressed concern that Live Local Act could bring 1,200 units of workforce housing to Cypress Creek, influencing the delegates' vote for conditional support of the proposal. After the zoning hearing, this same COBRA officer apologized to me and admitted she was wrong about the Live Local Act. I asked, "What will you do about it?" She said, "I was just repeating what Jeff Brophy from WGI told me. I was wrong." She noted that Toll Brothers was better than the alternative. We'd like to know what that alternative is, if not workforce housing. It was wrong to use Live Local and workforce housing as a fear tactic at a COBRA vote. It was wrong not to check the facts, especially when a simple email to one of you could have put that to rest. It was wrong to allow a developer to influence her decision. Indeed, it was a fear tactic that's not based on fact, just the backdoor influence of Jeff Brophy from WGI. I urge you to reject COBRA's support of the current Toll Brothers plan because their vote to support was based on a deliberate misinformation.
Very much, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Emily Biancardi. I've lived in Cypress Creek for almost 5 years. I'm a real estate agent, a wife, and a mother of 3 children. My children are 3, 11, and 15. I live on that tiny strip with Barb at the top left corner that you were concerned about, backing up to the golf course. I'm highly concerned about the health risks my family faces when the soil remediation begins, which will disturb the arsenic and bring it into the air. Undisturbed arsenic poses no health risks. When it's disturbed, it comes into the air. And don't forget, it's colorless and odorless. We will have no idea if we will be breathing it in. You mentioned earlier that a quarterly update will be provided to the public. How is that enough? We are spending time outdoors in our backyard every single day. Providing an update every 90 days is completely unacceptable. I want to explain the proximity of our homes to the proposed project. My home and the homes on our street were built pushed all the way to the back of our lots to enjoy the golf course view. From the front of my home to the street, it's 65 feet. From the back of my home to my property line, it's 24 feet. My pool is 3 feet from my back property line. So then what about also swimming in my pool? Chlorine kills germs, not chemicals. We will be potentially swimming in arsenic every single day. Have you seen a 3-year-old swim in a pool? They swallow water constantly. This cannot be acceptable. We are just supposed to hope and pray that we don't get sick. Can you please just take a moment and think about your family? I'm sure almost all of you, if not all of you, have a son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter. What if this was your son or daughter playing in the backyard every day and swimming in the pool? Please, for a moment, look into your heart. As a parent or grandparent, see our point of view. Toll Brothers does not care, but you have the power to protect children's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Good afternoon. My name's Tim Sergio Allen. I live at 4320 Juniper Terrace in Cypress Creek. I'm glad the topic that I'm covering today has not been covered as in much detail, so I'll give you something fresh to listen to. It has been 5 years since I stood here and spoke to you about my concerns over the issue of traffic in the surrounding neighborhoods. Things have not changed, and in fact, driving those roads every day, I think they've got worse. Since 2019, when I last stood here, the population of Palm Beach County is estimated to have increased by 130,000 people, an increase of nearly 10%. And this can be seen by the amount of traffic on the roads, and I'm sure you've noticed in your districts as well. The issue is that there has been no significant increase in capacity of our road infrastructure surrounding the community. Around where we live in Cypress Creek, the issues are being compounded by certain other changes. In the time since 2019, the lanes on Boynton Beach Boulevard have been narrowed to make way for bike lanes, which seem to be rarely used. The already failing intersection at Military Trail and Gateway Boulevard has had some turn lane upgrades started, but remain unfinished over 2 years since the project began. And the speeds that people drive down Old Boynton Road, where the main entrances are to our community, are lacking for traffic calming measures, and it's becoming increasingly dangerous for even us to exit and enter our own community. This proposed new development of 150 plus homes will bring roughly 300 new vehicles to this failing road network, estimated to add between 1,500 and 2,000 trips a day. Yes, some limited progress has been made to rectify the intersection at Military and Gateway, but when these new turn lanes open, they can maybe hold 10 to 15 cars at best, so that accounts for 5% of these new vehicles. What about the other 95%? This traffic issue stands not just to affect Cypress Creek, but the 55 plus retirement community at Mirror Lakes, whose entrance is directly opposite the entry to the proposed new development, Kensington Garden condos, patrons of the local YMCA, and the Jamaica Made neighborhood just to the north of us. I implore you to deny this based on your duty to us, the current residents of Palm Beach County. Toll Brothers will be fine without this development. We will not. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, we're going to name the next 6 names. And if you could come up here, please.
William Weaver, followed by Shelley Ciarella, Kathy Tufts, Donnie Strumpf,
Come on right up to the microphone, sir. We're going to move forward. Come on
Alyssa
up.
Kopp, and Carl Walfred.
Okay. Are all 6 of those folks here? I don't see all of them. So Commissioner Weiss, could you go ahead and do the next 2, please?
Jennifer Epstein and Marianne Kane.
Very good. Okay, I need 3 here, 3 there. Sir, you're recognized.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Bill Weaver. I live at 4662 Lotus Way in Cypress Creek neighborhood. My family owned the Weaver Dairy Farm as well as Weaver Development. In other words, they were the original owners of the very property we're talking about today. So imagine what it's like for me, a witness to the history on this property, to watch some of the presenters here today reduce that history down to a couple of slides, all in an effort to prove that the history doesn't matter. As a younger man, I helped to build some of the Cypress Creek homes with my own hands. To develop this neighborhood, in 1977, my family received approval to transfer density from the golf course to the Cypress Creek neighborhood. That's how more than 420 homes can exist there today on just 154 acres and still be called an LR2. This density transfer, which is documented in historical zoning meeting minutes, leaves Toll Brothers with the potential to build just 117 homes. Does it matter that my uncle told me that the golf course serves as a drainage basin for the Cypress Creek neighborhood? Now we see paperwork, historical paperwork suggesting that Toll Brothers engineers may significantly underestimating by at least half the storage needs for when the golf course was eliminated. This is not just another golf course conversion. The history needs to be sorted out more before approving this application. And I want to take a moment, you've heard a lot about toxins and density and drainage and traffic. I just want to appeal to your sense of neighborhood and quality of life. Like it's been pointed out, this isn't just a box. We all have seen how developers work. They go into a piece of property, they destroy it down to the last blade of grass. Then they move in with their earth moving equipment and and do what they have to do. But right up to the property line, they take out everything. This is not that kind of situation. Not only is it bordered by homes, we have homes within the community. If you look at this map, up in the upper right-hand corner, they would have to take their earth removing equipment, their backhoes, their drag lines, their excavators, their dump trucks, and move them from that corner all the way down through the middle, back up to the top, and all the way to the right, with the only access point being Military Trail. This adds significantly to the logistics and the difficulty of them being able to do this project with any reasonable time period. And not only getting the property prepared, then because of that route they would have to take, the infrastructure, the drainage, the utilities, water, everything would take so much longer and just completely destroy the quality of life in the development.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank
those
you.
comments. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Alyssa. I live on Juniper Terrace along with my husband, 4-month-old son, and my puppy. My husband is an avid golfer, so naturally we'd love to have a golf course in our backyard. However, we are in support of this project because we are in support of the whole truth and how this project will benefit our community long-term. Today, I want to bring to light the other side of the facts that you may not hear from those opposed to this project. You may hear today that our board has been reelected year after year, and although there is truth to that, what they aren't telling you is that not even half of the community voted in that election. What they won't tell you is that our community has also tried to recall that board. What is being left out from their narrative is that when the board got word a recall was coming, they slyly had certain members spontaneously resign so they could reassign new members and thwart the recall efforts. What they won't tell you is that they make decisions without regard to the community's opinions, like with the proposed roundabout on Palo Verde. They never even notified us that it was proposed. You may hear that the majority of our community opposes Toll Brothers, or that the survey our community created showed opposition. The survey those opposed will reference was a rushed effort, it was not user-friendly, and it did not allow for ample time for submission. What they won't tell you is that a subcommittee was assigned to create and manage this survey, the majority of those people having already publicly announced their opposition. The members who were truly neutral in their decision have since stated that the board actually denied the subcommittee's suggestions and moved forward with no regard to their involvement. So when those opposed tell you the majority of the community voted as opposed to the project, I urge you to question how accurate that info truly is. Those opposed will tell you that Toll Brothers has not been fair with their negotiations. That is just not the full truth. In multiple instances, Toll Brothers have shown that they have decreased the number of homes built, decreased the number of two-story homes planned. They have agreed to move their clubhouse. They've agreed to pay $10,000 towards our own drainage survey review. They have increased setbacks and side setbacks. Those opposed want you to believe that Toll Brothers has been difficult to work with, but when looking at all the facts, that just doesn't seem to be the case. They refuse to see that this project does have beneficial factors for our community, because they are blinded by the factors that are entrusted to professionals like drainage and toxins. They refuse to see that these professionals will do their job. I urge you to see past their smoke and mirrors because they are not advocating for our future. It is true many of those in opposition have lived here longer than I have. What is also true is that I will live here long after they have moved on. My family is just as affected by this decision long-term as they are affected short-term. I urge you to vote in favor of this community's future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're recognized. Come on up.
Sorry, I'm short.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kelly Chiarella. My home is on Juniper Terrace, and it directly abuts the golf course. I was the secretary of the board of directors when our community adopted a resolution opposed to projects on the golf course that will destroy the historic nature of our neighborhood. The community continues to elect board members that oppose destruction of the golf course, as it has consistently for the last 8 election cycles and 3 failed recall attempts. No candidates that support development on the golf course have been elected. This resolution does not say that the board will not negotiate with developers on their proposals. We can assure you that this resolution will not be rescinded unless and until a developer is committed to protect our neighborhood and meet vital concessions that actually benefit our community. As it stands, any suggestions by Toll Brothers that they have the support of the community would be patently false. Now, on another note, in direct contradiction of staff and the previous PZB director, John McGillis, because the community was established prior to the use of the term PUD, under the precursor to the ULDC known as Ordinance 73-4, we meet the definition of a master plan community under Florida statute 163.3202, section 6B2, under which your comp plan and ULDC are derived. The statute states, quote, that a planned unit development or master plan community means an area of land that is planned and developed as a single entity or in approved stages with uses and structures substantially related to the character of the entire development, or a self-contained development in which the subdivision and zoning controls are applied to the project as a whole rather than to individual lots, end quote. As a statutory PUD, as much as people don't want to say that, we are entitled to what is known as required improvements, i.e. recreational and green space, just as much as any PUD that is termed today. Taking our golf course from the center of our community, which is coincidentally 43% of our community known as green space, leaves us as a concrete jungle. If you just look at the plat up there, look at the plat. It's all houses. The only green space is 40% of the community. That's our 40%. That's our green space. We're entitled. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you're recognized, please.
I'd like to thank the commission for hearing us today. My name is Marianne Kane, and I live at 4218 Juniper Terrace with my husband, Rick, and we have enjoyed it there for almost 40 years. Quote, Toll Brothers, the design of the proposed use minimizes adverse effects, including visual impact and intensity of the proposed use on adjacent lands. How can I compare the visual impact for Cypress Creek neighbors before construction to the visual impact after construction? Well, sitting in my living room, I currently see expansive golf course greenery, mature cypress, sable palms, Norfolk pine, and majestic oak trees. Periodically, I witness nesting great blue herons, ibis, osprey, raccoons, coyotes, gray foxes, opossum, and the occasional red-shouldered hawk. During and after clear cutting, I will see and hear trees ripped apart and torn from the roots and piles scattered about, including all of the original cypress trees. Bulldozers, backhoes, and excavators rumbling and pounding across the newly formed wasteland. Atlantic breezes picking up sand and dust and swirling it through the air, across my yard, into my pool, and of course, my lungs. Once construction begins, inescapable noise 12 hours a day, the staccato knocking of hammers, whirring of circular saws, and their screech as they bite through 2x4s, the beep, beep, beep of construction vehicles in reverse, and the thunderous constant pounding of the construction site. Not to mention the constant barking of the poor neighborhood dogs who are not used to the sights and sounds to which they will be exposed from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Once the houses are built, I will see walls, roofs, streets, cement, asphalt, and bushes and trees too small to prevent a negative visual impact for my neighbors and me in a buffer no bigger than the length of a public parking space. How dare Toll Brothers suggest the proposal minimizes visual impacts and intensity for Cypress Creek's adjacent homeowners? The request to rezone the golf course from AR to PUD and the request to abandon the special golf course exception should be delayed or denied until Toll Brothers can truly reduce the visual impact and the adverse effects for Cypress Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kathy Tufts, and by now you've had several emails from both my husband, Paul, and myself asking you to consider our well-being, our safety, and also the way of life that we've enjoyed for 40 years as original golf course homeowners of Cypress Creek. You've heard my neighbors speak about their concerns about pesticides and excess flooding, and now the number of acres that's required by law for the stormwater storage. However, I'm standing in front of you today like I did several years ago with a different message. When Pulte was at bat, my message was no need, just greed. And I still stand by that. And the reason I say that is True Shots never reached out to the community to try to find a mutually beneficial solution. They never considered the effect of their decision to close the course and what it would do to 1,400 residents. I'm a businesswoman. I get it. Maximize your profits, but not at the expense of an entire community. I was there, and I didn't do that. The proposed project, like Pulte's, puts a wonderful neighborhood with lots of amenities within our walls, but at the same time devastates our 50-year well-established community. We won't need our gates and guards. We don't have any space to put a new clubhouse or green space for our children to play. In fact, since this started, our children are in the street, along with our people walking our dogs, and they almost get hit by cars on the way home. What community in South Florida doesn't have at least these basic amenities? Your vote today could reduce our neighborhood to a substandard community. There's still time to pick an option that's less invasive and mutually beneficial to all before True Shot devastates our way of life. Number one, nobody's mentioned the land swap. The land swap of the links was always a good idea. It's a win-win for everyone. Why not put this wonderful, wonderful community by Toll Brothers on a clean slate with no issues and no conflicts? Number two, I sent a proposal last week to each and every one of you that I sent to the residents years ago, showing a smaller footprint of construction that would still allow for the renovation of the course, and True Shot would still get their asking price. In fact, it's what a lot of country clubs around us have done with mixed use. And it's something that True Shot could have done the last 9 years, or even now. If you vote no, they can still do it. And number three, and the easiest, is please don't rezone our only green space, our golf course, our recreational area, where my kids learn to throw a football. Because then True Shot sells as a defunct golf course that they made, it's of their doing that it's a defunct golf course, and move on. Let our neighborhood, who you see is very divided right now, heal and get back to normal. It is a wonderful place to live. Please consider all these things before you make a life-altering decision. Thank you.
Ma'am. Miss, you're welcome. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Epstein. I live at 4384 Cariota, and my property abuts the golf course. I'm going to be quick. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has been said, except I am going to touch on toxins. I am living proof what environmental cancer will leave as a widow. My husband died, and he was tested because I have 2 sons. He died from an environmental cancer. Can you guys guarantee that the residents of Cypress Creek will not get sick from the toxins flying through the air? The answer is no. You can't guarantee that. But what you can do is make Toll go back to the drawing board. Don't give them an easy way out and do the bare minimal. Make them do extensive remediation. I am an example of what it's like to be a single mother raising 2 sons without a father because something in the environment caused his cancer. He was perfectly healthy otherwise. This is in your hands. What are you going to do with it? Don't let fear dictate how you vote. This is not about a racetrack and about a sporting event that fans are upset that they're losing. Don't be afraid to vote as if this was your backyard. This was your home. This was your most valuable asset. Don't put a price on health and on people's lives. If you approve today with the current site plan, It's not about a division of the neighborhood. It's about lives possibly being lost in the future from exposure. Hold them accountable, or we will hold all of you accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Walford. I live at 4788 Buceta Road in Cypress Creek. I've lived there for 16 years. First, I'd like to point out that you've had a lot of arguments against the development, but this is not the majority of our neighborhood. They are very, very vocal, but a small part of the neighborhood. Even most of the members of our board admit that development of the golf course is inevitable at some point. And most of the arguments that I've heard, toxins, drainage, and traffic, are going to occur with any development. Currently, our property values in Cypress Creek are much lower than neighboring communities because of the situation with the golf course being in flux. Delaying this will only delay the inevitable, even by their own admission. And I think that Toll Brothers is making a very good effort to please everyone in the community, and I urge you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Commissioner Weiss, have we exhausted all the speaking cards, sir?
We have McKay Best, and I'll call again, it looks like Donnie Strumpf.
Okay, very good. All right, if you weren't here, be it for another day. We also have non-speaking cards that'll be filed with the clerk.
And we had one card, Marilyn Gonzalez came in late, and so not eligible, but it'll be put in
Are
the
you
record.
Marilyn Gonzalez?
I'm McKay Best. He called my name.
All right, go right ahead, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I do have a submission here that I'd like to present. I'm McKay Best from Mirror Lakes. I live at 5863 Mirror Lakes Boulevard, and I am the vice president of the board. We attended the previous meeting at the zoning commissioners. I believe until then, there was not a lot of addressing a serious traffic condition that will result or is already happening at this intersection where the ingress and egress to the proposed site and our gate across the street at Mirror Lakes is. Somebody talked about Gateway Boulevard. The turn lane onto Gateway Boulevard has been blocked for many, many months. So we already have a big traffic problem at this stretch in Military Trail. I'd like for you guys to see, I myself have had an accident trying to get out of our neighborhood and go northbound. Can I submit these pictures to you?
You can submit them to the clerk, ma'am.
Okay,
Right there,
thank you.
staff.
Here? Thank you so much. I believe somebody stated that Mirror Lakes had voted in favor of the project, which I'd like to clear the record that we were never asked to vote on the project. I'm not here to approve of it or oppose it. I'm just here to address the serious traffic implications that need to be addressed before the project gets approved. It's a real mess there, and I don't know how it can be resolved, but it could result in a lot of accidents and dangerous conditions. I appreciate your service to the county and your time today, and I don't have any more to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we have heard from everyone. We give everybody 3 minutes. And I thank you for the respect that you've shown to all the speakers. So do we have any, I think staff has completed their report. I just want to make sure from the attorney that when we take the vote on number 9, that it would be A, B, and C separate votes? Or will it be all together?
Separate votes would be
Separate
good.
votes, one for A, one for B, and one for C?
Yes.
Is that correct, sir? Okay, very good. Then we're going to proceed. And if there are any questions or comments by members of the board, Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I had a question for staff in regards to We've heard about this second, two-story structures. If an existing Cypress Creek homeowner wanted to add a second story to their home, is that permissible?
Yes, absolutely. They could build up to 35 feet, any of the existing homes.
And let's see if I had anything else for you all.
And if I may, I would
Absolutely,
like a
Ms. Meyer.
rebuttal on a couple of things that were said under public comment that I'd like to clarify, if I may.
We'll see.
One of the people mentioned that they had a pool and a screen room 30 inches from their property line. The setback for the existing homes and the proposed homes is 7.5 feet minimum. For a screen room, the pool setback is 10.5 feet. The side setbacks are 7.5 feet. So I'm not sure how that person has a 30-foot setback for the screen room, but that doesn't meet code. Another comment was made that this is a preserve area pursuant to the comprehensive plan. That is not the case. Another comment was made that the West Boynton Area Community Plan designated this as a park. The West Boynton Area Community Plan is a neighborhood plan that was created in the 1990s, and it does reference this golf course as a private community, but that is not a legal binding document. It was the information about what facilities were in the area. I would like to again repeat that this is not a master plan community. This is not a site planned community. There are two separate regulatory documents, one for the golf course and one for the surrounding community. It is not a planned development, and density was not clustered off of this property and put onto the other property. Something to think about with a planned unit development, and a lot of people, I don't, but a lot of people lived in planned unit developments. You have a common buffer, and your HOA pays for your rec, and your HOA, pays for the maintenance of the buffer around your property, and you have these HOA fees with common land area owned by your HOA. This is not the case in this instance. This is a privately owned golf course. It is not the recreation or open space for the community, and there was a couple of things that I just wanted to clarify for the record on that, because a couple of those statements are not reflective of what we have here.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Ms. Mara. Mr. Attorney.
Couple things. First, I think it'd be appropriate now for the applicant to also get a rebuttal. And then there were some conditions addressed in the applicant's presentation hours ago at this point.
Sure.
So I think it'd be a good idea to bring those back up, because the applicant's also going to add one more little
Oh, he is? Yes.
wrinkle into it. So.
Okay. And before I recognize the applicant, I want to thank you, Ms. Amara, and your entire staff. This is an issue that is complex. It dates from years ago, and the amount of research that you've done on this has been very impressive and very comprehensive. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Applicant, go right ahead, Mr. Bro.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd actually like to echo that sentiment. This has been a complicated process for the better part of the last year to 18 months, and we've spent a very significant amount of time talking with staff, talking with members of the community, both for and against, in an effort to try and provide as much information as possible based on the way the county's process works. The last week or so, and in particular the last 2 or 3 days, staff in the back of the room, zoning staff, land development staff, a lot of these conditions that you saw, Commissioner Weiss asked for them to be expanded upon in some degree as part of this process, and understandably so, because they were really put in place in an effort to ensure that, look, you all have regulations and rules that we have to abide by, as does the county, but there's a lot more that can go above and beyond that, and that's really the nature of these additional conditions that we've been trying to work on in order to provide that additional level of security, not only for, obviously, the county and all of you, but also for the residents, whether in support or in opposition to the project. Rebuttal, I don't really have any. You heard a lot of discussion from residents for and against issues on both sides, and I think staff's done a phenomenal job of addressing those in all respects. I assume that most, if not all of you, will have questions or comments, and obviously our whole team's here to answer them. With that said, Mr. Stone and I did have a conversation earlier, and I would like just to make The problem with condition number 2, I'll reference it, it's not really a problem. We're gonna try and address this in the right manner, but we have been having very active dialogue with the community, in our opinion, for a fair amount of time, trying to agree upon a variety of conditions. As you heard from some of them as well, we weren't able to get there. It was always, we don't trust the drainage, we don't trust the environmental, and so we were never able to move to, well, what can Toll Brothers do for the members of the board? And so there were things that we agreed to today, like additional landscaping in the buffer, incompatibility instead of compatibility, like code would require, adding an additional 10 feet to the common area buffer. I think Lisa was just talking about, and taking it out of our lot. So that's another, I think that's one, maybe the first condition that Jeff mentions there as well. That's along Palo Verde. This last one, in speaking with Mr. Stone, the county needs to be able to monitor our conditions. And so it's a difficult condition to monitor when we say, well, we're going to go ahead and turn that open space into a dog park for residents living in the proposed community, which is our intention. But we'd like to provide that opportunity for the Cypress Creek HOA as well. But there's no agreement, there's no understanding. And as we've said, dating back to the meetings that were referenced by some of them all the way back in September of last year, we are happy to agree to a number of different things, but we need to know that Toll Brothers is protected, but the future HOA and the residents that live there are protected. And that does require some level of an agreement, insurance, indemnification, if you're going to be using a portion of the property, some proportionate contribution towards maintenance costs. So I think what we've discussed with Mr. Stone is, it'll say the applicant agrees, working my way down after the first sentence, and it'll say the applicant agrees that the dog park will also be available to residents of the Cypress Creek community upon reaching a mutually acceptable shared use agreement within 1 year of this approval. I think that works, and obviously that is then upon us, Toll Brothers and the association, to work out an agreement. And then obviously the condition would continue as worded. I just want to confirm with Mr. Stone that that's acceptable. I think that gives the county the ability to monitor the condition that we're offering here today.
Mr. Attorney?
Sure. I just looked at staff is within 1 year of the development order approval, something like that.
Sure, yeah, the development order approval today. Sure, thank you.
Okay.
And that's all I have, unless there are questions, which I'm sure there will be.
We do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi.
Hi.
Couple questions. So, we've heard a lot of people speak today. I believe you're approved overall for 152 homes?
That's what we're requesting.
Or you're
That's what
requesting,
yes.
excuse me. And I know we can't condition it, but have there been any back and forth discussion on if there was a number that the residents, maybe not in support, would have been comfortable with?
The only numbers we've thrown out, we've heard throughout the process less. Very recently, over the last 2 to 3 weeks, I think the number around right before July 4th that we had heard communicated to us was 126, and then that number was subsequently reduced. I think I heard today 117 maybe. That's on their theory of what the density for the overall acreage should be if it wasn't done the manner in which obviously the underlying LR2 land use that exists for this property alone. So I think those are the two numbers that we've heard.
Does the applicant have would they have any desire to have a lower number just to try to appease the other half of the neighborhood?
We've tried to
Or
put
to
it,
agree?
sorry. Just speaking very directly, Commissioner, I think the answer as it relates to density by itself, the answer is no, but I'd like to give an explanation. We've discussed and offered a number of other items, understanding that from a density standpoint, that becomes difficult. This property, as you've heard, is allowed for, I've heard anywhere from 242 to 245 units, so let's go with the 242 that staff offered. With the last applicant, not my client, came in, I think they started at 220 and slowly worked their way down, and we've all seen it. That's, a position that developers take at time. Toll Brothers came in understanding, we fully studied the approvals that went on in 2018 and 2019, trying to understand the concerns before having actually met with the neighbors, the zero lot line nature of that project, a number of the other issues associated with that project. And we started where that last project ended, and then from there added larger widths and depths and a number of other items based on our discussions with the community, and we're now at 152. So long-winded way of saying I don't believe that we're in a position to agree to anything less than that.
So you wouldn't go 10 or 15 lower? You're stuck 152,
Yeah, I'm
is it?
sorry, Commissioner, we are, yeah.
So I do agree with Commissioner Bernard and what he said earlier about the civic site buyout. I would like to see that come back to us. I'm just reconfirming that direction. A question for staff, the screen rooms that were referenced in those property lines, because this neighborhood has a lot of history to it, is it possible those things were put there prior to the setbacks put in place by our ULDC?
It is possible that they were put in without a permit, but typically those rear setbacks have been fairly consistent. I believe there is an opportunity with the code to have a little bit of a reduced setback if you're adjacent to open space. But what the applicant is proposing to have the additional 30 feet, that should mitigate for any reductions in setbacks they may have been allowed with the individual permits.
Thank you. Just curious because it seems like there's quite a few. I am curious, one resident brought up, who purchased the golf course 6 years ago?
Look to the applicant.
Yeah, the True Shot LLC is the owner of the property.
And is any principal of True Shot LLC related to?
They own a home within the community. They do, yes.
They do. Okay, so that it was true then?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever hid that. The owners of True Shot that are selling the property do own a home within the community, yes.
Okay, thank you for answering that. And if the dirt was disturbed and they did find a bunch of environmental arsenic, whatnot in it, because one of the things that really concerned me were the children living in the neighborhood, swimming pools. How relevant or how accurate or how would we know how it would react to that being disturbed?
That's a great question. So I'm gonna ask my environmental attorney, Michael Goldstein, to give a short-winded response to that. I don't have enough expertise to answer that question.
Scott, thank you. Short-winded Michael Goldstein on behalf of Toll Brothers. The answer to that is everything we do at this site, from the moment we put the first shovel on the ground, even before we put the first shovel on the ground, will be implemented and conducted pursuant to an approved soil management plan that has been reviewed and approved by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and their professional geologists and engineers and toxicologists. The soil management plan will have a dust control plan component to it that will provide for the air monitoring, which will be supplemented by the air monitoring required pursuant to the conditions of approval. Those, the monitoring is provided to the DEP on a real-time basis, and if there are any exceedances above the allowable levels tied to exposure to human health based on who the receptors are, age, body weight, et cetera, then Toll will have to step back, recalibrate, and make sure that anything going forward doesn't exceed applicable standards for both human health and protection of the environment. That's the compressed answer.
Would you also, since you're the environmental attorney, would you like to comment at all on anything we've heard about Toll Brothers' history and other cases, seem to be hundreds in other places, regarding environmental factors?
What I will say about that is this. Toll is an excellent corporate citizen. They've directed me to ensure that the plan here from day one going forward not only complies with, but exceeds all applicable criteria under state law. The level of oversight here will be exceedingly high, just as a matter of course, because that's how the Florida Department of Environmental Protection operates. But we're going to be required by statute and by contract and by code to comply and exceed the applicable criteria. So I have all the faith in the world that we're going to exceed everyone's expectations and provide the more than adequate level of protection of human health and the environment as the property is developed.
Thank you.
And if I may,
Mr. Goldstein, just one sec. I'm sorry, Commissioner back. Mr. Goldstein, come on back here.
Yes, ma'am.
You're gonna make these analyses, and these analyses are going to be examined by the Department of Environmental Protection, state and federal. How will people know? What is the transparency of the results? Now, you're going to report back to your employer, which is Toll Brothers, but how do people know in our community what are the results of these examinations and the reports by state and federal authorities?
So, Mayor, that's a great question. What's wonderful about this state compared to many other states is the tremendous level of transparency that's built into the process. Not only are we required to file all of the data that's generated as we go forward to investigate and clean up the site, but even before we begin, every plan that we intend to implement gets submitted to the Department of Environmental Protection and approved. Every report gets submitted and approved. There are quarterly monitoring reports for groundwater. There are periodic reports for what we're doing with respect to the soil. When all of the soil on site is finished being addressed, whether it's relocated or managed in another appropriate way, the results of all of that work get codified in a report and submitted to the state. But direct to your question, Mayor, everything that we file, all of our plans, all of our reports, all of our notices, all of our updates are submitted to the DEP, and then they're updated, they're uploaded rather, to a central, publicly available website that's easily accessible by anyone with access to the internet. And in addition,
Put that on our county, see, you know, deposit into a big, sounds like something with Social Security or something, you know, it's like this big federal box. So how can we, Ms. Amara, make these results and everything that Mr. Goldstein has discussed available for a review by county? If we can. I think it's important. Mr. Goldstein, you tell me, how can the results of your reports that's going up to the DEP and the federal
Yes.
authorities be made available to people here in the county?
well, one thing, they're going to be instantly available to the county when they're filed, or relatively instantly available, because DEP has a protocol of posting those reports and plans and correspondence to their website, which again is available. But if that's not deemed sufficient, then, and I may be getting over my...
Just a suggestion, when this happens, because obviously it's the FDEP regulatory process, but we can agree to then take that link and share it with with zoning, with whoever the county
How about
instructs us to.
Ms. Amara, how can we share that? How can they share it with
Yes,
us? So that people in the county can...
This will be, we have a condition of approval that requires, today, in this packet, that requires quarterly updates on the soil remediation process. You know, unless there's any opposition from Mr. Rutter, we could theoretically establish a link on our webpage where we can house the link to that DEP document and our quarterly received updates. Because we've been talking about how are we going to monitor these quarterly updates
Right.
from the applicant, so, and then also share them with the community. So quarterly, if they give us an update and a link, I don't
Very
see
good.
why we couldn't have a website, you
I
know,
think that would
through
be
the
very
course of the
appropriate.
CO for this development.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
What we can also do is every time we file a report with the Department of Environmental Protection or a response to their letter, we can make that available on the same day at the same moment to the county, to ERM. So
Excellent.
we'll file simultaneously with DEP and with the county.
Very, very good. Mr. Rutter?
Can I just recommend as well, too, this turns into a three-step dance when it comes to us and people look. I'm sure the applicant, they'll be in constant contact with the HOA and affected parties, and they can maintain that as well.
No, and I appreciate that, but there may be people who are not privy to what's going on today. I want this, if this is a county issue, and Ms. Amari, you had the excellent suggestion, and I'm sure that we can all work this out so that somebody can work on it, and I appreciate your efforts. Somebody can work on our county website and find this, because I think it's important for everybody to understand. And even going forward on further projects, we should have completely transparency on these issues. So as soon as they're available to you, Mr. Goldstein, you'll port them over to our county website, and Mr. Rutter, that'll be fine. That way people can just go on our county website and get the results of these examinations. Okay, Commissioner Baxter, I'm sorry, I butted right in there.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's okay.
Mr. Backman, you were gonna...
No, I think we kind of covered most of what I was going to say. I don't remember the balance of it. But I kind of heard some rumblings from the audience as well. I mean, we are happy. Obviously, we have points of contact with the community. I think there's already a condition of approval that will provide quarterly updates. We're happy to include in that all of the information, obviously, that we would otherwise be sharing with the county as well. So it's available in multiple places.
There was one more.
Sure, go right ahead,
Madam
Commissioner.
Mayor, the drainage issue. So if you're building up these lots based on the current, I'm not sure how accurate because we've had a lot of floodplain discussions lately, flood maps, how will that impact the neighbors?
So Jeff, do we have, is this ours? Let's go back to that cross section, yeah. And if necessary, I'll pull Jeff Schnars, our civil engineer, up here as well. But the manner, it will all the drainage, all the water will flow and be accommodated back into our site, right? We're not pushing any of the water back out into the community. And Jeff had two sections from the initial presentation. They were color sections that I think really helped demonstrate the nature of from the property line. Oh, and I want to mention something else that came up actually during public comment. But based on the land development work we'll pitch. So that one's good, and that shows you an example, but I think you're more concerned if you can go, is it the one before or after, Jeff? The one, there we go. You can see their property line, general or stereotypical property line would be the yellow line. Everything would slope down from there based on our land development work and into our common area buffer on our property, or it'd be the HOA's common area buffer, would not be private property within our community, and then into the drainage within the swale that would then all make its way into the drainage system on our side. And again, for anything more technical than that, I would have to defer to our civil engineer. But it reminded me of one other thing, Commissioner, if I may. One of the women that spoke listed off, said, hey, our property line's right here, and in some cases, we have improvements very close to our property line. Don't run a bulldozer through there, right? And there are construction best management practices, obviously, in situations like this, and I don't know what or how we would, in a situation like that, we wouldn't be just running a bulldozer through, we would be coming in and doing whatever is necessary with the individuals, the construction staff that are out there working to ensure that we're not creating damage to adjacent properties. So, I know there were a handful of things. If this gets approved, do some of these things, and I just at least wanted to mention that in response. That that's a best management practice that Toll would obviously be implementing anyway to ensure that we're not creating damage offsite. Thank you.
And promise, I would appreciate any kind of help on the density part of it,
Sure.
and I will turn this over to my fellow commissioners.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, going on to Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start with just clarification on setbacks versus buffers. Setbacks belong to the property owner, and the buffer is the common in between?
Correct.
Okay, and we have a number of properties on Palo Verde, I guess, that were built. The structure meets the setback, but the pool and the screen enclosure does not. It goes all the way to the property line. So what in that area is being offered on buffer and setback with the new community?
I think the applicant is expanding that by 10 feet. Do you want to talk about that, Jeff, and show the graphics on Palo Verde, the changes that you're making?
Yeah, actually, this slide probably does it pretty, uh-oh, we lost it. This slide does it pretty well. Just in regards to setbacks, I wish I could kind of, if there was a laser here, but there's not. All it does is, every time I hit the laser, it advances it. I'm not touching it anymore. What you can see is the yellow is the existing, that's the existing Cypress Creek property line. And from there, in this section, for example, along Palo Verde, there's also an existing force main easement, and then there's a drainage easement in the back where all that drainage goes to. From there, we have a 20-foot buffer. Now, in this instance, we've increased that buffer from 20 feet to 30 feet as per condition of approval. So that those buffers now go to 30 feet. Beyond that 30-foot buffer starts the lot of the Cypress Creek lots. In our instance, the minimum setbacks are 15 feet. Now, no Toll Brothers home is ever going to be at the minimum 15 feet because as I showed you, the majority of them want to put in large kind of pool and amenities in their rear yard. So, as opposed to some, some of the cypress lots, which may be closer to like 100 feet in depth, these ones specifically along this section are 150 feet in depth. So we're going to have much more expansive rear setbacks. In addition to the 30-foot buffer, there's also expansive rear setbacks that will allow for that 118 feet that I showed you in between the homes.
So just to be clear then, what is the distance between the existing lot and the proposed lot?
So
And then building to building, if you
and then
could.
building to building, yes. And actually, if I can go back, I don't know if I can go back.
So
But-
based on what they have is that when you add up the 12-foot easement and the 5-foot drainage, even though it's overlapping, and the 30-foot buffer, that area would be 47 feet to the property line. So between property lines, that's 47 feet.
It's 47 feet of open space and buffer in between their property line and our buffer, and our property, and our rear property line, and it's 118 feet between units.
And the 47 feet that's in between, your future HOA would be responsible for maintaining.
That is correct.
And that would also include the drainage that's part of that. The landscape buffer that's there, was that an added condition of approval that we put? Okay, thank you. So as far as the conditions of approval, how many, do we have a count on how many conditions of approval we're up to at this point?
Not a total number, I don't think. It might be somewhere between 60 and 75 actual conditions of approval. Maybe. There's quite a bit.
Okay, and I know that it seems a majority of those are for soil and drainage and the setbacks, the distance. There's a lot of it, the concerns that people have voiced, the communities have voiced. Most of those conditions of approval are directly related to that.
Correct. And that's in the, the strikeout and underline with the add delete. Those are the additional ones that were added since the publication of the report. And then the report itself will have several pages of conditions that are not shown in red underline.
Okay, so as far as one more question on the setbacks and the buffers, what is actually required versus what's being offered? How much above are we?
So single-family homes to single-family homes only requires an 8-foot compatibility buffer.
And
They're
this is
providing
30?
47 feet.
So 8's required and they're offering 30?
47 total, so it'll
47
be
total.
39, right?
So it
39?
is, just to answer that, per condition of approval, it's a 20-foot, whenever there is homes, proposed homes against existing homes, it's a 20-foot buffer. But along that stretch of Palo Verde, or where it's probably the closest, we've just increased it to 30 feet. So the buffers in and of itself will be 20 feet, instead of 8 feet, will be 20 and 30 feet throughout the community.
And to be clear, a buffer is a common buffer that is always landscaped, grass. No, the neighbor's not going to be able to build on that or put a fence on the other side of that. That doesn't belong to.
That's correct. It's actually HOA property.
HOA
Yes.
property. Okay, thank you. And then as far as the soil monitoring, is that a constant that's happening on site? Can you just clarify that, please?
The responsibility to comply with the soil management plan is ongoing and constant until closure is obtained, which means that soil is no longer being disturbed.
And so when you report to the DEP, how often is that? Is that when you start a new area or when you find something? What are the requirements for reporting to DEP?
Well, that will be dictated by the content of the soil management plan as negotiated with DEP. Quarterly is not atypical. Sometimes more than quarterly, more often than quarterly is required. They're called SMP, monthly operating reports or periodic operating reports. But there's also going to be another level of oversight with respect to soil contamination and groundwater contamination, for that matter, and there will be ongoing monitoring requirements to ensure that we fully delineated the extent of the soil contamination horizontally and vertically, as well as the groundwater contamination. This site will be fully evaluated and managed properly before we obtain, and in order to obtain regulatory closure.
So as far as what was discussed earlier, if we ever were to issue a stop order because of noncompliance, that would be if something's found in the air, if they're operating under high winds, if any of these other conditions of approval, that's something that at any point could stop the job, correct?
Yes, that is correct, and it's also our compliance condition number 2. That's in every development order. Where there's failure, we can put a stop work order on it.
It doesn't have to wait for their quarterly report, right? Okay. And if I could, just the last question, as far as, it had been mentioned about, there was the discussion of a swap or this land being used for anything else that this land would be used for would still face, even if it's to do a golf course renovation, it would still face the same contamination problems that we're talking about right now.
On the other golf course? Okay. Most likely. If they were to build on the other golf course?
No, it had been brought to us to do a swap for the links to move to this area and for us to just trade with and give them the building at the links. But whatever's done on this property would still disturb the soil and still have the same contamination problems.
If they were to rehab the golf course in some way and to do some redesign, they would, if they disturb the dirt, there's always going to be an environmental issue to do anything. I mean, theoretically, if they wanted to expand the clubhouse or do a commercial pod up at the front, they would be disturbing dirt and they would have issues with the EP as well. So almost anything other than just mowing and minor modifications may trigger a soil issue, any kind of redesign or digging.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions or comments by members of the board, I'd like to end our comments. Did I need to say that? I don't know. Commissioner Bernard, and then Vice Mayor Marino. No, I'm going to wait. What I was going to say is that if there are no other questions or comments by members of the board, I'd like to end the discussion with the district commissioner, Commissioner Weiss. Okay?
Yeah, I'll say something before.
You go right ahead.
When you're term limit as a county commissioner, you get to hear things over and over again because, this item came in front of us in 2019. And in 2019, this issue was in District 4's district. And due to redistricting, now it's in District 2's district. And so Commissioner Weiss is blessed with this item. And in 2019, I voted against proceeding with the development with Pulte. And, I guess at that time, half the people were happy with me, half the people were mad with me for voting it down. And however, today with what's presented in front of us, I do believe that the developer has met the requirements for this project and that they've met the compatibility. And yes, we have concerns in regards to the toxins, the drainage, and traffic, but I believe that that is something that some of the conditions will address. And this is a very, very contentious issue among many of the neighbors, and we as a board must decide this issue. And I believe that the developers met their conditions, and we should vote on this, and hopefully the community can unite so that way they can live in peace and harmony. So I will support moving this project along. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, the rest of the board has heard my resume when it has to do with golf. Being a professional golfer, 30-year member of the Ladies Professional Golf Association, 20-year member of the USGA, 30-year member of the National Golf Foundation, 20-year member of the Golf Writers Association, golf consultant to the industry for over 30 years. and golf course design, clubhouse management, purchasing, financing, all of this has been something that I have experienced. We are the golf capital of the world right here in Palm Beach County. We have over 160 golf courses. We have done, as a county, Patrick, correct me, 10 golf course conversions so far? All right, about 10 golf course conversions. And every day there is a golf course doing some sort of renovation, conversion, or something anywhere in our 2,400 acres of Palm Beach County land. I have no qualms about this going in with the number of houses that have been proposed. Earlier today, we talked about compatibility. This is compatible. It is. You can all laugh, you can all do whatever. Half of you will like what I have to say, half of you won't. I'm okay with that. But, you know, we like what we get used to. But this is private property. This is not public property. This is not property owned by Cypress Creek. This is private property. We do not have the ability to tell private property what they can and can't do on their property. We cannot. We will be sued. It is something called the Burt-Harris Act. We have already experienced that this year. We're not going to experience that again now. So, from my perspective, what we're going to have here is a community that will have 100 and some odd homes. They have, please be quiet, you all have had your turn. They have had multiple discussions, staff has worked with them. There will be a lot of conditions for their development order going forward. Every single day in this county, golf courses are doing renovations and conversions. I know because I live in a golf course community and had to go through about a year's worth of conversion on a golf course right behind me. Toll Brothers, going forward, knows that they will have many eyes on this project. They know that there will be many people making sure that the environmental issues that are on that property are corrected and remediated. The same as if we're building a fire station on property that we've had to remediate property where we have fire stations. All of those of you that border the golf course, anytime the golf course punched the greens or punched the fairways, they did something to the soil. So this is ongoing. With the 160 golf courses we have in our county, it is ongoing that there is maintenance on golf courses every single day, every part of this county. So with that, I am supporting the motion in front of us today, and now I'll turn it over to the district commissioner.
At this time, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the complex work that you did on this issue. And I want to thank those who came today, whether your opinion was one way or the other, know that you were heard and that your opinions are respected no matter what they are. I want to thank the developer for the work that they have done up to now, and I want to thank them for the work that they're going to do as this application moves forward. And I want to thank my colleagues, because these are difficult decisions. And what I think concerns me always is that when soil is you know, we've had farming here for a long time, and a lot of our farming communities, there's something that goes on in the soil between the fertilizer and the pesticides, and then you get a golf course in and you've got more chemicals in the soil. So if any way that we can remediate these poisons in our soil, I look forward to that, and I look towards the applicant to make sure that we clean it up. Who knows, 20 years from now, Commissioner Bernard will still be here, and he'll be talking about how this came up again, and that now we're going to change it into a tennis court or something. You know, who knows? We're a young county, and we're going through a lot of changes. But I respect everybody's opinion one way or the other. At this point, we're going to close it with the district commissioner. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I have comments, but I have a question for the applicant, and that has to do, one of the items that the community had requested and has not been resolved has to do with a wall on Lawrence Road. And I would like to ask that this be conditioned to have that wall put in place course, it would require an agreement, an easement from each of the property owners where that wall would be put in place. So my proposal would be that it be conditioned so that at final approval, they have 6 months to obtain signed easements. The HOA would have to obtain those signed easements, and that Toll Brothers would build that wall on behalf of the community. Is that acceptable to you?
It is, Commissioner. If I can, just for the benefit of everyone in the room, Lawrence Road is at the far right-hand side of the screen there. It's been an on-again, off-again discussion point, but as I said, we haven't, through all of our various conversations, been able to get specifically into the weeds on all of these issues. And so one of the points that we had raised was that's all private property and there's not enough right-of-way necessarily build the road. So understanding, I think similar to what we had discussed with Mr. Stone earlier, if the condition is specific to giving Toll Brothers, or I guess it's really giving the association, the board, however this happens, I think there are 19 homes along the stretch where this wall would have to go and go out and deal with their residents. And if they all want a wall and it's got to be one consistent wall, it's got to be all 19 property owners, we will go out and we will build a wall on Lawrence Road if within 6 months of, I guess Wendy said it earlier, effective date of the development order, is that right? We would then go out and build the road. Yes. I'm sorry, the wall.
It's not
All
on
right.
the site.
That's Lawrence Road outside the development area?
It's private, it's within the Cypress Creek community. I don't know a whole lot about it, to be honest with you, but I know enough that there are private properties and the wall would have to go within some portion between footers and things of that nature where they would have to provide easements for us to do so. If this is all doable, we are willing to build it.
I'm not sure how we can have a condition of approval for outside the land area subject to the resolution.
Yeah, I think this might be better as a verbal commitment on the record, because the development order is subject to a specific legal description. So this condition would be affecting property outside of that legal description. And it also might present an issue if they're unable to get what they need, then I'll leave it there.
And can you reiterate what the proposal was, like the length and the height and the material? So we get you on the record at least making this commitment?
Goodness, get a second lawyer in the front.
All right, obviously this is a little more difficult trying to figure this out. Lisa, we don't know length, we don't know height. Like I said, I mean, this wall came up through a survey you heard reference earlier that was done by the community. It was discussed once or twice in no degree of detail in our conversations with members of the board, but we're trying to find ways, and I know Commissioner Weiss was aware of this as well, which is why he's making the request. I'm happy with the statement I'm making on behalf of my client on the record, without it necessarily being a condition, if we can't make it a condition, to acknowledge and agree that if within 6 months of the effective date, if that's not today, if the board or the residents are able to provide us easements for every lot in order to build a home, and we will construct a wall. Alternatively, my client was just sharing with me, and this is where it gets difficult, and this can just be a separate agreement between us and the association. I understand that. We can contribute the dollars to the association to contract and construct the wall. Again, wholly subject, I want to be very clear on the record, to obtaining the easements for every single property that would otherwise require the wall. And that's, I think, maybe been part of the issue or the problem. If I can, I just want to say one other thing. I know you've all gone through this. We're not disappearing. We're not going anywhere. You all see me regularly. You see Jeff regularly. Toll's been building in this community for decades and has every intention on continuing to do so. Their regional office is located in the county. We intend on continuing communications with the neighbors. Yes, there's opposition here. My take on it, and I've met with several of them 6 or 7 times, the conversations have always been professional and civil. We just haven't come to an agreement on anything. I don't see us leaving here today and stopping that dialogue. And so we will commit that we will continue in good faith based on the representations that are being made here today to try and provide some of these additional items to the community if we can work out the details, because they are very detail oriented, that are necessary. I hope that's sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, couple points I want to make. First, I want to thank staff. I want to thank the community. I want to thank my colleagues. You all have gotten engaged on this project. You, Commissioner Baxter, you worked to increase that buffer and the landscaping. And so I know the community very much appreciated you weighing in on that for them. And to the rest of you all, I know you all had comments because I heard them, to both to the developer, to the applicant, to try and help get some of these issues resolved. So thank you all very much for that. I want to make a comment to the community. These are really difficult decisions and situations, and it is not lost on any of us, how disruptive something like this could be to your lives. You've lived in your homes for decades. You've had beautiful golf course for most of that time, open space, and it's being disrupted now. And construction is never easy on top of it. It's not lost on us. But what's in front of us is a zoning matter. It's quasi-judicial. This has to do with if the standards are met, the land use that is underneath this property requires us. It requires us to bring the zoning consistent with the land use at the request of the property owner. And what's in front of us does do that. And I know the community is probably very evenly split on this. Some of the animosity, the way folks have talked and dealt with each other has been unfortunate, but I also understand emotions run high. But I hope, my hope and my wish is when this is all done, you all are able to come back together as a wonderful community that you are, in supporting each other and having the wonderful lives that we have here. I believe that staff working in conjunction with all the offices up here, mine included, that we have identified the areas of concern. They have put those conditions in this application and in this approval. And I will tell you, I don't know whether it's the luck of the draw, but this is my 4th golf course conversion that I'm going through in my district. Today is not the ending of that. Today is not the ending, and I stood by each and every one of my communities to ensure that as we move forward, I and the folks in my office are going to be there with you. I trust Jeff Brophy, I trust Scott Backman, and I believe that Toll Brothers wants to produce a quality product and minimize the impact that this might have on you all. But if it doesn't, and it does, I want to assure you, I'm going nowhere, at least for a few years, and we'll be there to assist you. You just have to call or email us, and we will get on it and deal with what's ever in front of us. So with that, I'd like to make a motion on item 9 to approve, adopt a resolution approving item 9A, and this is the abandonment of the special exception to allow a golf course.
Okay, I have a first by Commissioner Weiss, a second by the Vice Mayor. All those for, anybody opposed? See that that passes unanimously, 6-0.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make another motion to adopt a resolution approving item 9B, and this is to allow the rezoning from agricultural residential to a single-family residential district in part, and a planned unit development on 122.56 acres.
I see a first by
Yes.
Commissioner.
She's got her hand up. Subject to all the conditions that we have discussed today and have been put into this document.
Including the verbal commitments, right?
Including the verbal
And if I
commitment.
could clarify the conditions to put them on the record, if that's okay?
Please, go right ahead.
So the conditions, in addition to what we have on the addendum and the add delete, there were conditions that were brought up on the record. So Exhibit C1, which is for the Planned Development District that we just talked about, landscape condition number 1A, in the report says 20-foot wide, so we need to modify that to be 30 feet wide, as depicted. And then there was just,
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it's 30 feet wide for those properties along Palo Verde adjacent to the, right?
so the heading is landscaping along the property line abutting existing residential lots, excluding lakes and canal. That's the heading.
It is for the, yeah, for the stretch along Palo Verde,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
Then there was a discussion on an additional condition that says, prior to the this will be under Exhibit C1 as well, Plan Unit Development. Prior to the issuance of the last certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall construct a dog park within the open space parcel adjacent to Military Trail for the residents of the proposed development. The applicant agrees that the dog park will also be available to the residents of Cypress Creek community upon reaching a mutually acceptable shared use agreement within 1 year of the effective date of this approval, and then that includes at minimum an agreement by the Cypress Creek HOA to indemnify and insure the applicant and the future homeowners association, as well as contribute proportionately towards the maintenance costs of the dog park. The applicant shall permit the use, the applicant shall be permitted to use Palo Verde for the construction access for development and construction of the dog park. So in addition to that one, we have to make sure that there's a condition number 1 that says that prior to final DRO, the master plan and subdivision plans are revised to indicate that open space area as a park as well.
And there's also the condition of the infant care center and the recreation center.
Right.
Right. Any other, I know Commissioner Baxter?
Just for clarification, if you could pull that map back up. So what are we talking about? There wouldn't be that larger buffer for other properties, just that one road?
Yes, the other properties surrounding the community have additional open space. The issue is along that stretch was the tightest, so we added the additional 10 feet and we put it within the buffer. But the other areas have, where it's 20 feet, have additional outsized open space that's larger in those areas than the Palo Verde stretch. That's why we were specific about the additional buffer along that area.
No.
Thank you.
Just, we'll have to change 30 foot on Palo Verde right there.
Okay.
Okay.
So the landscaping condition number 1 would be a minimum 20-foot wide type 3 incompatible buffer, except where adjacent to the Palo Verde, which would be increased to 30 feet.
Okay? Done. All right, we're proceeding right along. Go ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
So motion as amended with staff's comment.
Excellent. Okay. And Commissioner Weiss, you did the first on this.
Take a vote.
I think, okay.
On this
Hold
side.
on just 1 second. All right, we have taken a vote on the, no, we haven't. We're going to now. We have a first and we have a second. Did you want me to announce them again? Very good. The first is for 9A, and that is by Commissioner Weiss, and it has been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Is that correct?
We're on B.
Okay, 9B. Okay, very good. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously, 6-0. Then going on to 9C.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution approving item 9C, and this has to do with the type 2 excavation.
Okay. I have a first by Commissioner Weiss, a second by the Vice Mayor. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously, 6-0. Very good. Okay, thank you. It is done. Now, if we are going to take, we're going to go on now to workshops. We're going to take a 5-minute break to allow staff
Madam-
to circulate.
Mayor, if I may, briefly, because I won't be able to stay for the workshop. I just need to do a comment real quick before I leave.
Go right ahead.
And also maybe suggest at the late hour that we might want to move the workshop, but first let me do my comment. So
Do we need a quorum, Mr. Rutter, for the workshop?
You don't need a quorum, but I would tell the board that part 2 of the workshop, we have consultants
are
from out of
staying?
town.
Okay, never mind then. Well, if you stay, I won't be here. But my comment is, I'm going to have a District 6 candidate forum, nonpartisan, anything, just putting a place together for everyone to come and speak, basically, so they can make an informed decision coming election time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and my comments, I have to leave also. My comments is that I will be circulating a draft of a statement that I would like to make on behalf of the county with regard to what occurred last Saturday in Pennsylvania with regard to a presidential candidate. So you will be receiving that, and if it's okay, every other mayor and every other county has done it in the state of Florida, or at least South Florida, and I think that we should also do it. So that will be circulated by staff to everybody. If you have any comments or changes, feel free. Otherwise, we'll extend it out at the end of the week. And I want to thank everybody, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess so everybody can recirculate. Thank you. Oh, man, am I in trouble?
Yeah. My daughter, my sister.
Alrighty, we're going to resume today's meeting with the workshop on traffic and mobility. So we have two parts to this. We're going to talk about traffic concurrency and development order monitoring, and then we're going to talk about impact, multimodal, and mobility fees. So who's kicking us off?
Yes.
I'm going to kick it off, Vice Mayor, just so that I can put the parameters around what we're discussing today and the reason we're before you today. We have been working on this for a while, and so we wanted our consultants to come forward, provide an update and an overview of the difference between our road impact fee, mobility fee, and multimodal. Because it is time for us, according to statute, to start looking at updating our numbers when it came to road impact fees. And if we're going to stick with road impact fees, we need to know that. If we're going to move to multimodal or mobility based on the information that I think our consultants are going to lay out, you'll be able to tell us that. It has nothing to do, and it's only for the unincorporated areas and the roadways in which we're held responsible for. It is not to impact the cities at this time. I know that we are going down two roadways here, and one is the, no pun intended, but the one is the transportation plan that we're talking to our city managers and the elected officials will be talking about and giving us direction. We believe we need the plan prior to actually talking about the transportation tax. And so we need to work as a community, as we did before, in order to best identify what needs to be done and then how should it be paid for. So today is not the day that we're going to talk about that per se during this presentation. This presentation is just to move forward with the discernment between impact fees, multimodal, and mobility fees.
But are we starting with concurrency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's key.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, Commissioners. Twee Chef the Record for the Planning Division. Part 1, as County Administrator Baker had said, is about traffic concurrency and development order monitoring. And in this presentation will be an overview of the county concurrency and county legislative actions that have led and guided and shaped our implementation of the traffic concurrency system. It will also have an overview of the application of the comp plan policy 3.5D and how proportionate share legislation impacts the zoning process and the county's ability to implement necessary road improvement. Then we'll wrap that up with the the monitoring system. And then with that, I would like to turn this over to Khurshid Mohammadin and Dr. Mo Al-Turk to talk about traffic concurrency.
You can, yes. Good afternoon, Khurshid Mohammadin with Planning Division. This part of presentation today will focus solely on the transportation concurrency and development approval monitoring process. As Tui mentioned, Dr. Mo Al-Turk and Melissa Michael will join me later into this presentation. Transportation, what is it? Efficient movement of people and goods is transportation, and it includes all modes such as bicycle, pedestrians, mass transit, and vehicular traffic. Concurrency, what is concurrency? Provision of infrastructure to mitigate development impacts simultaneously is concurrency. When a project comes in and puts traffic, if the road has been widened to accommodate that traffic simultaneously and concurrently, that's the word concurrency. It is implemented per statutes and is county-wide for all state and county roads per county's charter. The level of service standard to evaluate concurrency is adopted by Board of County Commissioners and in the comprehensive plan, again, pursuant to the statutes requirements. Level of service that we have adopted, the Board of County Commissioners has adopted, is LOSD. And LOSD is is where the traffic reflects a traffic flow which is approaching unstable condition and the speeds slightly decrease as the traffic volume slightly increase. Level of service E is where the speed rarely reaches the posted speed limit, and we have adopted it for the test 2, which is the 5-year part of the concurrency analysis. The relationship of development and traffic. Development creates traffic and infrastructure moves traffic. It's a balancing game of development and the timing of the development and the impacts. When to build new roads to accommodate new development, if it is at the same time, again, it is concurrency. Occasionally, there is a first step in the development approval process, which is land use amendment. I'm going to take a short detour and show you how we address the impacts of land use amendments if a project needs the land use amendment before it gets to the concurrency. It's a different study than the traffic concurrency analysis. It is reviewed and approved by traffic division. It is county's own policy, only applicable to unincorporated parcels. It does not apply to the incorporated parcels. And therefore, it could potentially be an annexation incentive. And also it creates inequity issues between unincorporated and incorporated parcels. It was adopted in '89 comp plan to ensure long-range traffic impacts from land use amendments meet certain traffic standards. Long-range traffic analysis to meet LOST is based upon TPA's latest long-range transportation plan and gives credit for maximum potential under existing land use. Therefore, sometimes you will see an analysis from a vacant property showing a trip decrease. How can that be? That's because it is taking advantage of the maximum potential under existing land use. Therefore, to counter that, in 2004, board adopted a short-range 5-year analysis borrowed from the traffic concurrency analysis, which does not give any credit for the existing maximum potential under existing land use. But now with the prop share, it can be met through concurrent rezoning. So if a project is coming in with the traffic concurrency showing that it's meeting test 2 of the concurrency and coming with the concurrent rezoning, it can meet the traffic requirements. There are exemptions to this policy, which were done for some to statutory requirements, some to promote sound planning principles and good projects like larger projects for economic development, such as Inland Logistic Center port, and also the Minto was also an example, which is now the city of Westlake. The process is very simple. You will not see a land use amendment coming to you which does not pass 3.5D analysis, unless the applicant also is requesting a concurrent text amendment to exempt them from 3.5D policy. This is important to understand that this is a legislative decision. You don't have to approve or disapprove. It's completely up to the board's discretion. Even if the applicant shows that they are meeting the 3.5D analysis, but if the board has concern on traffic, they can make a decision. It's completely the discussion. That's not the case in concurrency, though. I will go back to now concurrency. We'll start with the history, but most importantly, in 1988, a charter amendment was passed by the county voters, which gave county the authority to implement countywide LOS and also to have the road impact-free countywide for only state and county roads. During then in 1990, BCC adopted, pursuant to the charter, adopted a countywide traffic performance standard. During the 2 decades of concurrency, and I call it real concurrency, pre-prop share era, over 95% of roads met level of service standards. However, in 2011 and 2013, legislators allowed developers to use prop share to meet traffic concurrency requirements, and local governments were prohibited from denying development approvals based solely on traffic concurrency as long as prop share is paid. I'm going to go through how it used to be, the real concurrency versus what it is now. Real concurrency was really easy. A developer comes in and he's putting impact on the road, and the road is projected to fail with the impact of the development. The developer has only 3 options. Either it waits for the road to be widened, or reduce the project size to meet the LOS standards, or to build the road and widen the road itself. And it was very simple. And as a result, when the development traffic was on the roads was already had the capacity to absorb it. That was the real concurrency. There were some exceptions to that. Coastal residential exception area, transportation concurrency exception area called TCEA, constrained roadways at lower level service called CRALs. I'll go over these shortly. Coastal residential exception area. It was put in place generally east of I-95 up to PGA Boulevard, and then north of PGA Boulevard, it's around US 1, and then further north near Jupiter area, it's around Military Trail. Of course, it excluded the barrier islands and also excluded the coastal high hazard areas, which were mostly along US 1 and intercoastal, west side of the intercoastal. So this was done to encourage residential project. It's only available for residential project, not for the non-residential project. It was done to encourage the residential project and development and redevelopment within unincorporated areas and to encourage annexation. Transportation concurrency exception area and CRALs. This is a map. We have 6 transportation concurrency exception areas. Those are cross-hatched. And then we have several CRALs which are red, and some of the intersections are CRALs which are green in this graphics. The CRALs was done on those roads which could not be widened due to policy of physical constraint. And the TCEs were to encourage development and redevelopment in downtown areas or development and redevelopment areas. Example of a TCE. TCE is a area specific. You can be located, for example, in Westgate, you can be located in anywhere in this area and impact any roadway, which could be inside the TCA or outside the TCA. If you impact that road negatively, you don't have to you don't have to meet the LOS on those roads. That is a TCEA. As long as you don't exceed the pool which is allowed under the TCA, you can use the TCEA. What is CRALs? For example, we have CRALs on Prosperity Farm roads from north of PGA Boulevard to Donald Ross Road. It was done to preserve the characteristics of the neighborhood and not widen it beyond the existing 3 lanes. Example in this one is that usually the capacity of 3 lane is 15,200 trips, but the board adopted that it is okay to have a congestion on this segment to the tune of 19,460. This is to avoid premature construction, premature widening of certain areas that we are trying to preserve the characteristics. Other exceptions are 30% above LOSD for schools, workforce housing units, certain hospital and TUDs. However, it is important to note that prop share now makes all these exceptional optional and less useful. These are only now useful if your prop share is more than your impact fee, because it is creditable, prop share is creditable towards impact fee, and it will come in the second part. Now, I will turn it over to Mo. He will go over how it works now.
Thank you, Khurshid. Good afternoon. It has been a long day for all of you, for all of us. This example illustrates how the current prop share laws favor developers at the expense of the public. New development is allowed to tap onto the existing road excess capacity, while the government is allowed to charge them only for a portion of the cost of required improvements when their traffic causes existing roads to fail. This inherently creates more failing roads, thus generating more presumed excess capacity for subsequent developers to tap onto for free. In this example, developer A is adding 2,500 trips on a road with 4,000 vehicle capacity and only 2,000 vehicle existing traffic volume. This road is under capacity with 2,000 vehicles excess capacity. Developer A is allowed to tap onto the existing 2,000 vehicle excess capacity and is only responsible for the remaining 500 trips they are adding over the existing road capacity. Obviously, the road needs to be widened by increments of 2 through lanes, which will add 2,000 vehicles to the road capacity. Since developer A is responsible for only 500 trips, and the improvement will increase capacity by 2,000 trips, then the developer is charged only for 25% of the cost of the improvement. This will create 1,500 presumed excess capacity that the public is expected to fund. Now, developer B comes along and they add 1,000 trips to the same road and are allowed to tap onto the presumed 1,500 trip excess capacity for free. Developer B pays nothing in prop share. Next slide, please. Now that the county collects only a share of the cost of the road improvements needed to fix the road failures caused by new development, the county will have the resources to improve only few overcapacity roads, thus increasing the number of roads with background failure. In this example, the county collects 25% of the improvement cost of each of roads A, B, C, and D. Each road costs $1 million to improve, for a total of $4 million. The county collects total of $1 million only from prop share contributions and proceeds with improving only one of the 4 overcapacity roads. The remaining 3 unimproved roads are considered now background failures for the purposes of prop share calculations for the subsequent developments. Next slide, please. And on this slide, I wanted to discuss the traffic impact studies and what they do, and the controversy about whether it's appropriate to have only the developers pay for consultants who will prepare it while the county supposedly not doing it itself, which is not accurate. First, new developments generating more than 20 peak hour trips must comply with the traffic performance standards and therefore are required to prepare and submit traffic impact study reports. The study identifies the traffic impacts of the proposed development on the major roadway system within the radius of development influence, utilizing methodology established by the county and using traffic data published by the traffic division. These studies, among other things, establish the basis for and determine the amount of any justifiable prop share contributions. While studies are conducted by consultants paid by the developer, these reports are subjected to detailed and vigorous review by the traffic division's professional engineering staff. reports are required to be updated and revised according to all review comments provided by the county staff. Therefore, study reports prepared by county engineers would not be any different from those prepared by consultants hired by developers. Next slide, please. In most cases, prop share contributions are less than impact fee payments due from developments. Therefore, prop share contributions are not additional revenue. All new developments are required to pay road impact fees based on type and density of land use. Prop share is paid only when development traffic causes an under-capacity road to go over capacity. Therefore, prop share contributions are road impact fee creditable. This topic will be further discussed in detail in the subsequent mobility fee presentation. Next slide, please. This and the subsequent two slides will be showing the condition of the major roadway system in terms of whether they are over, under capacity, and or they are built at ultimate condition. I want to mention first that all major roadways in the county are either maintained by the county and or by FDOT. And the split is almost equal. This and the following two slides, as I said, show road segments and intersections which are currently over capacity, and that will be on red, and all approaching capacity, and those are in yellow color. The purple color lines are road segments that are over capacity and already built at their ultimate number of lanes. This one is obviously for the North County. And next slide is the same for the Central County. And it's worth noting here that we are not showing the Central Western Communities roadway system because none of them is over capacity and or approaching capacity. And by the way, most of the roads in that area are state roads. They are more than county roads. Next slide, please. This one is the same map for the South County. And this also, as I said earlier, all of these roads include either county and or major roadway systems. With this, I will turn it over to Melissa from Planning.
Good afternoon, Melissa Michael with the Planning Division's Monitoring Section. I'm going to segue a little bit out of traffic before I hand it over to the mobility consultants to give a brief overview of development order monitoring. The purpose of the monitoring section is to ensure compliance with development orders in a timely manner, the goal of which is to preserve the availability of public facilities and services for proposed future development and require compliance with improved performance and site design standards. We monitor commencement of development, conditions of approval, and projected build-out period. First, I'll start with commencement, which is what the county considers the beginning of development. The ULDC defines commencement for non-residential development as the first inspection approval of the foundation, and for residential development, the recordation of a plat. In order to ensure commencement occurs in a timely manner, the ULDC requires that all development orders commence within 4 years of their adoption date. For conditions of approval, the BCC may impose conditions on development order that are necessary to accomplish the objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan and ULDC. Typically, these conditions are recommended by the DRO reviewing agencies or the ZC. Monitoring staff tracks conditions of approval which must be satisfied prior to a due date, event, or action, such as first building permit pulled, or CO or CC. You're probably wondering what that has to do with traffic and mobility. Well, it all comes back to engineering's projected build-out period, which we monitor. The build-out period of a project is set forth by the traffic input study and is subject to the review and approval of the county engineer. For monitoring purposes, we consider that the completion of the development. Now, time extensions have come up recently, so I'm going to cover them a little bit as well to give the board a better understanding of their scope, specifically because they provide a method for development orders, commencement of development, and the projected build-out, which is directly correlated to the traffic impact study, to be extended. Time extensions, there's 3 available methods for a property owner to utilize and receive a time extension. These include administrative time extensions, statutory time extensions, or a status report. Administrative time extensions and status report are at the purview of the board, and statutory time extensions are subject to Florida statute. Administrative time extensions are considered based on changed circumstances or mitigating factors that prevent compliance. For a projected build-out condition of approval, an administrative time extension is reviewed by the county engineer based upon an updated traffic study. If a proposed property owner still fails to comply after receiving an administrative time extension, then a status report is initiated. Status reports are considered at a public hearing before the decision-making bodies that approve them, either the Board of County Commissioners or the Zoning Commission. And when considering a status report, the BCC may take one of several actions, of which could be granting a time extension or denying the development order or revoking the approval. Finally, that brings us to the statutory time extensions. Florida statutes allow for the tolling of the development orders when a declaration of state of emergency is issued by the governor for a natural emergency. The tolling period is effective concurrent to the executive order declaring the state of emergency, normally which is 60 days, but the governor can extend it several times if it's needed. In addition to tolling, the development order can receive, or does receive, an extension period of 24 months. So effectively, via statute, they can apply for and receive 60 days plus or minus 24 months. This concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to the mobility consultants. And if you have any questions after, I'll come back up.
I'll just do a quick introduction. Sherry Brown, OFMB Director. I'm joined by Robin Lawrence from my office, our Division Director for Financial Management. Derek Moore, all the way at the other end. He's trying to get as far away from me as possible, I think, today. He's our Impact Fee Manager. And we're joined by our consultants from Benish. I think Damien's going to kick us off, and we also have Ms. Kemp at the table if you have questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the kind introduction. I didn't keep a mental count of how many times transportation came up in this morning's discussion. I know it wasn't the main focus, but it always is a factor whenever you guys are considering land use and development. And so with that context, what we want to do is to provide an overview of some of the tools that you have available to you, building on the staff presentation. A little bit of disambiguation between different types of impact fees and what a mobility fee is. So we'll go through and define some terms and provide some background content, talk about some different concepts that you have available to you, and then discuss some of the trade-offs and options. Our purpose today is not to make a recommendation or any kind of path forward, but really just to show you what the options are and then answer questions. I'll be talking about the sort of mobility planning and the sort of the growth management tool part. And Ms. Camp, who I would say has forgotten more about impact fees than most people know, but she doesn't forget, will be here to respond to those parts of the presentation and answer questions that I probably cannot answer. Some of this is a little bit of review of what you just heard, so I'm going to expedite that, but the idea is that we had impact fees and concurrency since 1989. The last update was in 2022, but it was not updated at the full rate. So I'm going to use the term market rate. Sometimes we use the term legally defensible rate, which is sort of what the technical study says you could charge if you wanted to. There are a lot of reasons why a lot of different communities don't charge the full fee. And some of that has to do with the economic climate at the time. Some of it has to do with other planning and growth management objectives and all sorts of reasons that we don't want to second guess. But the last update was a few years back, and it was adopted at 50% of the market rate. And so our purpose today is to explore options of implementing, sticking with what you got, which is a roadway transportation impact fee, or looking at opportunities to either implement a multimodal impact fee or a mobility fee. And as we get into this, I'll explain the distinction between those two, otherwise similar sounding things. Just some background data, you know, maybe not as fast as a few decades ago, but this county is still growing, you know, pretty substantially. And this shows the green lines are countywide and the gray is the unincorporated area. So there's a substantial amount of growth. You know, the bigger you get, your percent rate of growth is less, but it's still a lot of people, right? And you all know that, and you talk about it all the time. And then looking at the difference between single family and multifamily, usually as communities become more built out, their development transitions to more multifamily, but you still have places in the county where you're doing single family and some single family infill, again, as we heard this morning. So our objectives are to some review of the changes in transportation and concurrency and impact fees that have been legislative changes in the statutes, talk about different concepts. So we're going to do a quick refresher on prop share, although we just heard about that in detail. Talk about roadway impact fees and multimodal impact fees and what's alike and what's different about those. Talk about what a mobility fee is, and then talk about some of the other requirements that the legislature has imposed, especially with respect to developer credits and then some different strategies as far as the different fees go. And then at the end, we'll talk about some trade-offs. So this is sort of just building a toolkit of definitions. You know, all of this goes back to the requirement for comprehensive planning and adequate public facilities. And so we just heard about this, adopting level of service, planning to try to fund capital improvements to maintain those levels of service, establishing technical procedures, we just talked about that, to evaluate developer impacts. And then funding includes both public revenues, right? Some federal, some state, some local, but then also developer contributions to help maintain that system. Developer contribution methods we just heard about include proportionate share payments, and that could be capital improvements, but it could also be right-of-way or other in-kind dedications. But then also impact fees and then mobility fees, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Concurrency, you just heard, has changed a lot, and we really look at there are different statutes at different years, but the watershed is sort of 2011. And these are a couple of the big picture things that changed. It used to be required by the state. In fact, a lot of communities were kind of trying to get away from the state requirement, and you had exception areas as a way to kind of find ways to exempt places from that. Now it's a local government option, so not a requirement. Concurrency management system is more or less the same. You adopt a level of service, you try to fund it, and you have traffic study requirements at various different stages of the development process to determine whether or not that's going to be breached. So that hasn't really changed. What happens if a level service breach, and we're talking just about transportation now, is projected? It used to be, in theory, you could tell the developer, well, you just need to fix it. You're the straw that broke the camel's back, get in there and make it right. Now, in practice, that didn't often happen. Usually there was more of a negotiation, but in theory, that was the potential. And a lot of times, you know, that would result in some, well, my performer doesn't work anymore. I can't build all these roads and do my, you know, horizontal improvements and whatever. Now, developer makes a proportionate share contribution. That can still be substantial for larger projects, but it's not the same as go fix everything. For impact fees, it used to be a lot of communities stacked the commitments that came out of the concurrency management system. So you're going to create a level service failure on this road, you need to widen it, go do that, and pay your impact fees. And the impact fees went to everything else in the community. The legislature, some people, more of a negotiation. The legislature has since come back and explicitly said these are offsetting. If you ask somebody to make improvements up front as part of your concurrency management requirements, as part of their prop share, you must extend those as offsetting credits to that developer's impact fee obligations. And we'll talk some more about how that even goes a little bit beyond. And then the idea of pay and go. This started back in 2005, 2006 with Senate Bill 360, and that introduced sort of a limited pay and go option. And now it's basically, you know, that's the way it is. That's what prop share essentially is saying, you can write us a check and move on with your business. And so another way that the legislature has sort of reinforced that idea of pay and go is with the mobility fee options in the statute. And that's another way of saying, not only can you write us a check and not necessarily fix everything, but you don't even need to do a traffic study. And so that's sort of what the distinction is there. For prop share, I'm going to be quick with this because I don't want to do too much rerun. But basically, one of the, whether it's a criticism or not, one of the facts about prop share is that the pro rata cost per unit of development is generally higher for larger scale projects than for smaller scale projects. And that's typically because of the way traffic studies are done. So if you're going to build 1,000 homes, it's more likely that your concurrency-based, your prop share cost would be higher than if you're trying to come in and build 10 homes, because you're going to hit more links in the network, and you have sort of a broader net to assess your impacts. Prop share does not address backlog. That's very specific, so it's only supposed to be for that developer's issue, not trying to cure existing deficiencies. The prop share generates a dollar for dollar impact fee credit, and that's really important. And this is sort of this critical part, and this is a much longer sentence than I like to put in a presentation, but it's important. And what it says is that local governments must allow the transportation concurrency requirement to be satisfied for rezonings, which is almost, it's not new plan amendments, but it's, new intensity, and other land development permits, so on down the line, plats, site plans, permits, provided that the developer enters an agreement to pay for or construct its proportionate share of required improvement. And that's a really big thing, that it goes into rezonings as well, which are discretionary to some extent. But in terms of transportation, you can't use a failure to meet level service standards as a condition for denying a rezoning.
But just a quick question.
Sure.
Rezoning, if the impact is less than what it was before, there is no...
Potentially, yeah. Yeah.
The,
I mean,
the only time there would be an impact if there's more traffic than what the original use was.
Correct. You could have a rezoning that was neutral. It could potentially reduce traffic impacts, or it could potentially increase traffic impacts. And you get into all these weird scenarios where there's the zoning is one thing, but the actual use is something different. So it can get complicated. But that's, I guess what I would say about it is it used to be that, and we actually did studies about like what were best practices 15, 20 years ago. It used to be when somebody was coming in for a rezoning, we would say, look, it's really premature to be dealing with the nitty-gritty details of your traffic impacts. You might not have a PUD, you probably do have enough data, but a Euclidean rezoning, you're really not going to know the whys and wherefores of what the traffic is going to be. And we'd say, people, don't get into the weeds now. Do a quick look-see, and then come back, and when you do your concurrency analysis at the plat or the site plan, that's where you deal with that. And what we're saying now is that you may have approved a lot of zonings thinking you had not maybe recently, but that you had this backstop of concurrency, and you really don't anymore, because now concurrency is pay and go. And so it's a little bit of a challenge for local governments, because you made past decisions based on a process that said, well, we do step A, land use, step B, zoning, and at step C, we deal with the details of traffic. And then the legislation's changed and said, well, at step C, you really don't. But years or decades ago, you already made step A and step B decisions. And so now we're kind of caught with the consequences of that, and it's across the state. Everybody's wrestling with that. So again, just the idea that the idea of a pay and go or a prop share extends all the way back into new entitlements, not just administrative approvals for existing entitlements. Switching gears a little bit to impact fees, and those are complementary growth management tools calculated based on a technical study. So how much traffic is a development likely to generate? What is the cost of providing capacity for that? And then what sort of taxes will that development pay over the life cycle cost of or over the lifespan of the improvements, so that you're not doing double taxation. Impact fees, unlike concurrency or prop share, are pro rata the same for large and small scale projects. It's per home, per apartment, per 1,000 square feet. It doesn't really matter how much you're building at once, the rate that you pay. The developer credits from prior exactions, prop shares, whatever, sit there as basically a liability on your impact fee program. So a lot of the communities we work with, when we look at the amount of growth they've had, we go and we say, oh, you should be collecting $20, $30, $40 million a year in impact fee revenues. And when you look at their impact fee collections, it's a fraction of that, because a lot of times they're basically being paid with vouchers, prior credits. And so that's, the fairness of it is not what we're here to debate, but in terms of your projections and your cash flow and thinking about future revenues to fund improvements, that's an important thing to keep in mind. We were asked to differentiate between a roadway impact fee and a multimodal impact fee, and essentially it's in the name, right? A roadway impact fee is for roadway capacity, so that's widening roads, maybe some intersection improvements. Now, when we widen roads, we build them to modern standards, which means we build bike lanes, we build sidewalks, we do those things. We might put in bus bays, we might even put in pads for transit. So those other modes, bikes, pedestrians, transit, essentially, that are ancillary to the construction of a road can be paid for and should be paid for with road impact fees. When we talk about a multimodal impact fee, what we're saying is not only would you provide those other modal facilities in the course of widening a road, but you can also go and build them as a standalone capital project. So you could add sidewalk where there wasn't without widening the road. You could go and provide a bike trail as long as you showed that it was for transportation and not for recreation. It has to connect some things, not just be a loop in the woods. You could go and fund new bus shelters. And so that's really the difference. It's more flexibility in how you spend the revenues. When we do the technical calculation, we do a little bit of extra work to include the cost and the consumption of those other types of infrastructure. But the overall amount of the fee doesn't change all that much, because at the end of the day, they're a relatively small part in Florida, and maybe New York or somewhere would be different. But in Florida, they're a relatively small part of our overall cost of infrastructure and demand on infrastructure. And just important to mention that neither roadway nor multimodal fees, even so multimodal sounds like it might, it's still not for funding operating costs. And so we would say if you wanted to put in a bus bay or a bus shelter, go for it. If you wanted to pay drivers to drive buses, you can't. So it's still got to be for capital costs. Now, mobility fee.
Hold on one second. Commissioner Weiss has a question for you.
Sure.
So on the multimodal fee, would that allow you to buy a bus?
Yeah, I think it probably would, because you're expanding the capacity of the transit system. But usually transit agencies have better ways to buy buses. But in theory, you could, yeah. Because that's almost akin to adding a lane, right? I've got more capacity in my system to.
What about technology? If it
Let me defer to my expert.
You're not on.
Oh.
Negan Camp with Vanish, that works better. Anything that improves the flow of the traffic and reduces congestion. So if it's a technology that's allowing the roads to run better and the people are able to
Adaptive signal technology.
Yes.
So then, yes, it can be used for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another, I mean, not to get into the weeds, but another great use of them would be like a non-federal match, right? So think of them as leveraging, because at the end of the day, I mean, these are important programs, but they're not, compared to a lot of your other revenue sources from a magnitude standpoint. Shifting gears to mobility fees, what's important about these is that they're a replacement of your concurrency management system. So the terminology you often hear is repeal and replace concurrency with a mobility fee. And we think it's important when we say that to I think both the presentations have made the point that concurrency isn't what it was pre-2011 anyway. And so that's really the distinction. A mobility fee pays for all the same sorts of things that a multimodal impact fee pays for. It also does not pay for operating. So they pay for the same stuff. The way that we calculate them is very similar. Same type of technical calculation to decide what's a defensible or market rate fee that can be charged. So the principal difference is not sort of in how much they are, how they're calculated, or what they can be spent on. The principal difference is that one rides parallel to your prop share process and has these offsetting credits. The other is instead of doing traffic impact studies and prop share. So it's a pure look it up, pay and go.
Question for you.
Please.
Okay. You're saying no operating costs, but what about maintenance?
You wouldn't do maintenance either. And so the same, and that's an important distinction, because a lot of communities that have the local option sales tax have sort of redefined those sale taxes in the last couple iterations to include capital maintenance, which means bridge rehab and roadway resurfacing, and you wouldn't make that same consideration on a multimodal fee or a mobility fee.
But what the impact fees do is basically, by taking care of the capacity projects, they free up your general tax dollars for those type of improvements, so they help indirectly.
Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. I just want to go over the difference again between the mobility fee and the multimodal fee. I understand all the similarities. Can you just speak to where they differ?
So the principal difference is that think of mobility fee as a name brand word that means repeal and replace concurrency with a mobility fee. And so communities that adopt mobility fees basically are just charging an impact fee. They're no longer doing traffic impact studies where you're taking a specific development and using a travel demand model to propagate the trips on the network and figure out specifically which links fail and don't fail, and then identifying what you'd have to build to make them work, and then calculating a prop share based on that. You skip all that, and you just go and say, well, it's 200 homes and it's 50,000 square feet of, it's a grocery store and whatever, write us a check. The other difference.
So the major difference then being that you just have a fee schedule based on square
Correct.
footage and the type of use, and you have your little table and you find out what that is. And the other one, you're going to actually do a study and find out what
The
fails.
specific impacts, yeah.
And then you'll charge for those specific impacts only.
You'll charge the proportionate share of those.
Only the proportionate.
And what you collect for that will create, this is complicated, I know it's late, but what you collect for that proportionate share will then create basically a liability against future impact fee collections. So in some respects, what you're saying, it's more, and I've got a slide on this, I think, let me see if I can get to it. Thank you. All right. Well, this is kind of talking about it, but basically, the other thing that the legislature did, and this is really important, it used to be that a developer would have their credits from the things they built. I widened this road for you, I improved this intersection. Whatever you agreed that was not internal improvements, but actually for the public, they'd get these credits. And those credits would be creditable against that development's impact fee obligations. And so if their prop share was less than their impact fee, you got the money a little bit earlier, maybe you got the money in improvements that maybe they built it a little bit quicker than you might have been able to get to it, but the overall dollar amount didn't change that much. On bigger projects, remember I told you bigger projects kind of pay more prop share pro rata because of the mechanics of this study. On a bigger project, if the prop share was more than their impact fee, that just kind of went, it just was wasted. If their prop share was 10 million and all the impact fees for their homes and stores and whatever they built was 5 million, there's just sort of 5 million out there that, oh, well, too bad, so sad. What the legislation did, kind of while, mid-COVID, is they said, no, that's transferable. There's actually a marketplace out there for those surplus credits. And so now if developer A comes in, and they were a big one, and they used up, they had this mountain of credits, and every time they pulled a permit and would have had to pay an impact fee, they paid with a credit. And when they got done building out their site, they still had some credits left over. They can go to developer B and say, hey, I'll sell you these for 80 cents on the dollar. And you can take them, and they're same as cash, it's a coupon, and take them to the county window and pay with these instead. And so that's happened. In some communities, it's a bigger issue than others. Some communities, some of the credits get out there, the developments are old, nobody really knows where they are. It's like putting money under your mattress. Sometimes they get lost, the moths eat it, whatever. I don't mean to make light of it, but that happens. But in other communities, it's gotten where there's like brokers that are basically gathering them up and finding them. And so it's important to, first of all, know that that's a requirement. And secondly, to sort of, and we've been talking with staff about the extent to which that's an issue here. So it's a big deal. And they can even be credited within the impact fee district of the development or potentially to an adjacent district if there's a demonstration that there's a benefit to what if the projects that created the credits, the improvements that the developers made that created the credits have a demonstrable benefit to the adjacent district, then those credits could actually be used in the neighboring district. And so the legislature pretty much said, hey, if somebody built something for you, you got to give them credit for it. And those credits have, they're fungible. So that's the thing.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Woodward.
You usually get a comment on that one.
Yeah, you sort of answered my question about transferring these credits to a neighboring district. But for us, what are our districts in which that can transfer? We only have 2 zones, right?
Well, for roads, we have 5 zones.
So does it have to be a neighboring?
Adjacent, yeah.
It depends upon the project, where that project is located, and it can be adjacent. But they can't transfer from, let's say, very end of South County up to Zone 1. They can't do that.
And there needs to be sort of a nexus, right? So if you think about it, like if you have urban core, older suburbs, and new suburbs, which a lot of communities kind of have that pattern, and somebody built something in the old suburbs, well, the new suburbs are probably going to use that to drive, not that people go commute to work anymore, let's call in, right? But, you know, that makes more sense, where if it was an improvement in the new suburbs, and maybe an infill project in the old suburbs wanted to use it, you're kind of going like, well, are you really going to benefit from that? So there's the ability to do some analysis, and maybe it's prorated or negotiated. But in general, it's my job to inform you that requirement exists in the law, and it's sort of the burden of proof on the local government to decide whether you could defend you could defend a decision not to give it or not.
Could I just ask, though, for us, how many of these credits do we have out there? Do we know? And where are they? And also, if these credits exist, is there some sort of method to make them go ahead and cash them out so that as we're doing these impact assessments, they're more realistic?
Good question, Commissioner. We probably, internally, unincorporated, we probably have about $37 million worth of credits on the books. There are some credits that municipalities actually, because they do the assessment and do the collection of our impact fees and then remit them to us the following month. Of those, we probably have something in the range of another $50 million that may be out there in terms of credits, and we're trying to get I'm doing some analysis and trying to collect all of those and find out how many they are. Remember, these credits started way back when, and a lot of those old credits are still on the books. The recent legislation just started allowing them to transfer and assign them.
So these credits have a dollar amount.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting.
That's not
Yeah.
accounted for with inflation?
It's actually it's actually a little bit worse than that, yeah.
The new legislation does account for inflation?
What the new legislation says is that the credit is not really a dollar amount, it's a trip. And so if you think about, it's really convoluted, but it's essentially fixed for inflation in sort of a roundabout way, which is to say that the credit is a trip credit, and so your impact fees are based on trips. And so if your impact fee goes up, the value of the credit goes.
Yeah, the new legislation says if impact fees increase, the credits need to be increased by the same proportion. So basically, it locks the fee schedule that was there when the credits were pulled, in effect.
So it puts it into current dollars.
Right, like if your fees increase 50%, then credits value increases 50%. And the easiest way to do that is use the same old schedule, just because every land use is not changing by the same percentage.
Yeah, it's like the credit is for a house, not for a dollar amount.
And
Yeah.
I think the majority of the credits have come from the south end of the county, because GL did not want to phase projects back in the day. So they would build the roadway, and then they would get credit for anything outside of what wasn't built specifically for their project. And back then, we didn't have to account for, it was just a thank you, as he stated. And it helped sell their project because the roadways were there. The law changed, and so now they can take advantage of the credits that was outstanding, that when we agreed, it was, again, just a thank you and not a liability on our side of the table. But it is now.
And the
Change in
majority
law.
of those credits in zone 3, 4, and 5. And we are seeing, GL Homes is probably one of the most active, but we are seeing they become very aggressive in trying to get these credits and get them moved from one project over to the next.
I was going to say, because South County, where they ag reserve area, and now they're building in, does it go south to north? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
No, from north to south.
Okay, so it's one okay, so that would be zone 2, where they're building now in Santa Rosa, which is an unincorporated, and versus zone 5, which is where they established all of their credits. As the builder, as the developer, can they take those credits and move them from zone 5 to zone 2?
No, that we haven't, the law, I don't believe the law will allow that. It has to be adjacent to, and so, in terms of the benefit that Mr. Miller just mentioned, so I don't believe that's gonna be possible. But from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
And again, the improvement that they receive the credit for should be benefiting both districts. It's just like how you use your impact fees. You know, if there's a project that benefits both districts, you can pull impact fee dollars from 2 districts. They're basically saying the same thing. Okay, just like you are doing it, I should be able to transfer my credits if that's the case. So there's a if. It's not automatic that adjacent district.
I just want to understand though, with the credits, that this was for trips on the road that we said, and these developments exist under previous rules, and they have credits, but the traffic is where it is. It's not like the traffic's going to follow the credits. So what are we actually measuring here?
I think what, if we were looking at it, so that some of it is just what the statute says, whether it necessarily maths or not. And so within the same impact fee district is where the holder of the credit built the project that gave them that credit, you've got to give it to them. If it's in an adjacent district where the statute says, you know, if it can be shown to benefit, there are various different technical approaches you could use to say, well, this developer got this credit because they built this road improvement. And you can use like regional travel demand models, and I'm almost about to walk out of my technical depth, but I think I've got enough to finish this explanation. You could use a regional travel demand model to say, well, in this next zone, the trips from this development that wants to basically cash this credit in the next zone over, some of their trips use this improvement, but many of them, but they don't really. It's sort of a marginal benefit. So you could basically use that to justify, well, we're going to give you 50 cents on the dollar. You know, and that would be a technical process that staff would need to basically implement and be able to defend. You know, we use the technical process to show whether or not it's really worthy to grant the full credit, partial credit, or maybe no credit. And so that would be the extent to which the improvement in District A that the credits were generated by really truly benefits development in the adjacent District B. I can't give you a specific answer. It would be a case-by-case analysis to decide whether and how much credit to give.
And just one final point. The credit is for impact fee or proportionate share?
The credit is
Or
generated.
It trickles down, so
The credit,
is it the first
it's
thing?
for, so the credit is generated by, let's just call it proportionate share improvements or contributions. Now, they might have been not proportionate share, they might have been go build me the road back in the old days, right? Or from a DRI prop share way back in the day. But the credit is generated by, is generated by the developer building you something or giving you money for you to go build something up front. And that's what generates the credit. The credit is used to pay for impact fee obligations in the future. Could be and they, you know, where it makes sense
It
is.
also lowers proportionate share.
What's that?
It also lowers proportionate share because it's lowering the impact fee, which credits, right?
It's not necessarily a developer. Let's say, we should get John Madden, if he was still alive, could draw this out for us. If I have, I'm a new developer, I'm coming in, and under the current rules, I did a traffic study, and I've got some proportionate share improvements that I need to build. I need to do that. County can make you go do that. Those proportionate share improvements that the current developer pays for or builds generate credits. They may also go out in this marketplace and acquire credits from some old development, and then they take the credits that they earned and the credits they bought and pay those instead of an impact fee. So it doesn't necessarily reduce the proportionate share that a current developer is obligated to pay. It just maybe lets them get out of the remainder, assuming their prop share is less than their impact fee, right? Because if it was greater, they wouldn't be trying to buy other people's credits. So assuming that they still have some impact fee obligation, they may be able to pay for that at a lower cost in the dollar by buying them over here than by writing you a check. Good part is that takes these old credits off the books. Bad part is you thought you were going to get impact fee revenues, but you didn't. But I think you didn't think you were because your staff seems to be on top of knowing what credits are out there. So, and then you did ask one more question I want to get back to. Some communities have allocated some funds each year to try to buy down this backlog, and typically the intent is to buy it at a discount rate. And so you maybe say, well, we've allocated $2 million this year to get old, it's like a gun buyback, right? We've allocated $2 million a year to get old credits off the street. Come bid on them, and we'll write the check to the lowest bidders. So the intent would be to try to buy them at a discount rate rather than to buy them at, there's no reason to buy them at full price, wait for somebody to come in with them. So some communities have done that.
Yeah. And a reverse, not a reverse, but an example of how you would go from one zone to another zone would be Avenir, because Avenir is actually in Zone 2, but the exit of Avenir will be into Zone 1. So you could take those dollars and use them in Zone 1, not just Zone 2. If there's a rational nexus,
Yeah.
yes.
We've got to have a rational nexus. They can't use it at the Interquesta.
Correct.
So it has to be
Somewhere on Beeline or
within
whatever, or,
the impact of Avenir will be.
yeah.
So I think y'all picked up on it pretty quickly. It's kind of a big deal. It sort of slipped through the radar in 2021. We were all dealing with a lot of other stuff that year, but it's out there, and a lot of the people we work for are wrestling with it and trying to figure out what's our exposure and what's the best way to deal with it and manage it. So it's just an important consideration going forward. Something we think that's related to this topic is different ways to optimize fees. If you remember at the very beginning, I said a lot of communities discount fees because they're trying to address other growth management goals or other economic development goals. We work with a lot of folks to be a little bit tailored, a little bit bespoke in the way that we do impact fee programs. And so that lets us look at different fees by different sort of sub-areas within a county. That could be based on growth rates or existing system performance. So you don't necessarily have to have a one-size-fits-all performance standard for your fees. We've got to demonstrate that with data. We don't just make this stuff up, but you can, in this area where we're trying to infill and we may want the fees a little lower, this area that's growing like crazy, we need to maximize everything to get what we can get. We talked about the flexibility for using for other modes, but we can also set some guardrails for that. So if you're worried about, hey, we really can't afford to be spending all of this on non-roadway, you can sort of look at some data and figure out what's a reasonable parameter for that. And then we also look at fee reductions and incentives. The statute allows you to basically waive fees for affordable housing. We look at geographic variations, and we've even done sort of buy down programs for targeted industries or targeted land uses. So even so, fees are a little bit of a blunt tool when it comes to growth management and revenue. There are some opportunities to be a little bit more refined in how you do that. And what that might let you do is adopt a little bit of a higher fee overall without burning yourself on some economic development or other policy objectives that you might have, if that's appropriate. All right. Let me get a little bit into trade-offs and options. We tried to kind of start making this simple and then fold in a little bit more complexity. The two main parameters that we have that we're dealing with are flexibility and how you can spend the money. So is it just for roads, or is it for, and stuff that you built while you were building a road, or is it for standalone, non-automobile improvements? And then is it running with concurrency and sort of operating at the same time, or is it instead of concurrency? So this is the simplest we can make it. Roadway impact fees for roadway widening and whatever goes with widening a roadway. And it's something that would operate alongside your concurrency management system, or quote, prop share. Multimodal impact fees provide the flexibility to standalone non-roadway projects, and also, when we use the term multimodal impact fee, we mean that you still retain your concurrency system. And then a mobility fee has the same flexibility as a multimodal impact fee, but it is a replacement for concurrency. So you're not going to do traffic impact studies. It's important for me to say, it doesn't mean you're not going to look at driveway safety, site access. You know, if it's a big box shopping center and they need to put a signal in, they still need to put the signal in, and you're still going to do some analysis to deal with those sort of immediate access impacts. That's not concurrency. That's, you know, site access and safety. And so that doesn't go away no matter what. Based on discussions with staff, you know, we think we like some flexibility. And so those are the two options that give you that. This slide's really busy. But I do want to, it's a little bit nuanced if we want to compare multimodal and mobility. Because remember, we talked about credits, so it's like, there are a lot of things that the legislature has done that sort of diminish the value of doing traffic impact studies and prop share. But there's still some advantages. One of them is, like, if you think about it from a cash flow standpoint, you pay impact fees at the end, but you do prop share improvements a little bit earlier in the development process. And the ability to go and say, hey, let's widen this road that's along your right-of-way, and let's get that right-of-way as sort of a pre-development cost. You know, we'll let you keep the intensity. There's a little bit of negotiation there where you maybe get a little bit better value out of the improvement. So from a timing standpoint, probably the win goes to the multimodal fee. Traffic study requirements and administration. I've said a couple times now that in a mobility fee you don't necessarily do the detailed operational analysis and traffic study. You're still dealing with site access and safety, but basically there's less overhead in terms of that on the mobility fee side. That said, we advise a lot of clients, you know, let's come back and look at your traffic study thresholds. In those cases where you're probably not going to get in-kind improvements, smaller projects where they're more likely to just write a check, where it's less likely that the prop share is going to be more than the impact fee, which really only happens for big projects. We can try to let the smaller fish kind of put a larger mesh in the net so that you're not necessarily analyzing as many smaller projects. Developer credits, this one's really nuanced. You asked the question, that credit, is it used to pay for impact fees or is it used to pay for prop share? Certainly you could do either, but the legislation right now only says for impact fees. And so it's almost like a cash flow argument again. If you're still doing traffic studies and you're still collecting prop share, you're getting, even so you're adding to your debt, you're getting things built. You know, it's a little tricky. So you accept, you do a calculation, you collect a prop share, it says you need to widen this road from A to B. They do it, and the cost of that adds to this pile of credits. So it's basically like getting stuff built on a credit card, right? Sometimes it's okay to take on debt. There are lots of reasons why lots of people take on debt to get something earlier than they otherwise could afford. Sometimes taking on debt's a bad idea. That's something that you've got to work with your staff and sort of assess. From a regulatory standpoint, there's a weird, nuanced possible advantage to the mobility fee. Remember I told you before, if you're doing concurrency, the statute says if they pay their prop share, you can't mess with them for administrative approvals, site plans, plats, permits, and you can't mess with them for rezoning, which is discretionary. That part about rezoning isn't mentioned in the mobility fees part of the statute. So it says, if somebody pays their mobility fee, you can't deny time or phase for all these different types of development orders. But it doesn't say rezoning. And so the implication, and Pasco County is actually kind of the test case for this, was that, well, if it is rezoning, you can deny time or phase. Now, in reality, nobody's denied in a long time, and nobody does now. But the implication is that if you have a concern about sort of big deal zonings, that maybe your land use plan's way up here and your zoning is way down here, some communities have used going to a mobility fee to give them a little bit more leverage at rezoning. Now, if you do ask for improvements as part of that process, still got the credit, so you're still adding to the debt. Again, it's about the timing of the improvement versus the dollar amount. So it's a really nuanced point, and we've talked with staff some, and Pasco County is the best example of a community that does that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So comparing that, well, I just want to go back over the statement you just made,
Yeah.
which my understanding is we cannot deny a zoning application due to traffic impacts as long as that's quasi-judicial if they meet the standards and the land use supports the zoning request. We cannot, and you cannot use traffic for that reason. However, if they're asking for a land use change, we then, at that point, it's totally legislative.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But at a zoning, if it's strict zoning, bringing zoning in compliance with the land use,
So
or it's
the-
an allowed use for that land use category, we cannot deny it.
The argument, so certainly the way the statute reads under, and I want to say this is a bit of a gray area out there, and Pasco County is the one that we know of that's really done it. They've done it for a couple of years. They've had to back off with some of the things they've done with it, but they've withstood some challenges. The nuanced thing is that if you have a concurrency management system, the statute absolutely says if they pay their prop share for rezoning or anything else, except for land use, let them go, leave them alone. They satisfied your concurrency requirement. Because it omits zoning from denied time or phase when you have a mobility fee, the implication is, oh, maybe zoning's in play. The analysis is not whether it's consistent with the land use plan, which it probably would be. I mean, if it is, it is. The analysis is it consistent with the transportation element? Is it consistent with the capital improvements element? These other parts of your comp plan, which are equally binding as the land use element. And the analysis would be, well, you know, this zoning is going to create a lot of additional intensity, and it's not consistent with the transportation. Transportation element says this is a 4-lane road that's level service, whatever, and the capital improvements element, we don't have a project funded, and it's not consistent. So it's not. You're correct that it's not like a concurrency denial. It's a consistency finding, right? And I'm not here to make a full-throated endorsement for that practice. Again, it's a little bit rare, but it is something that's at least worth studying further and understanding to what extent that may or may not benefit this particular community. Pasco County, it made sense for them. It may not make sense for you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just to add to what Commissioner Weiss was asking, right now we can't because we do collect prop
Correct.
share.
Correct.
So that's why we can't. But with this change, as I understand it, we also can't collect the fees if it's an F road already.
You would collect an impact fee or a mobility fee regardless.
So we can't collect proportionate share if it's an
You-
F road? If the road's
I think
already
you're
over
talking about
capacity?
background
Sure, yeah.
failure. You're talking about background failure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if the level of
Yes,
service road
if-
is already
Right,
over
if-
capacity,
right.
then they're
Yeah.
not impacting
It's
the
not
road.
exactly that. No. That's how we calculate prop share, if there is prop share to be due. if the development is impacting an already failing road, it cannot be held responsible for fixing that existing failure. That's what they call it, background failure. But that doesn't mean that they are
We
out
also
of the
can't
hook.
deny that
What's
right
that?
now. We
Yeah.
also can't deny it, even if it's on an F
Yeah.
road.
Yeah, denial or not denial is, again, you cannot deny the approval based on traffic impact only if the developer is willfully entering into a proportionate share agreement during the zoning process. If the developer is willing to pay proportionate share, you cannot deny their approval based on their traffic impact.
Right, but just so I understand, the mobility fee option that you're describing, we could.
Maybe. It depends when they could. So Pasco County, and we've talked to their, so you know, you read their ordinance, and then you talk to staff, because sometimes this is what it says, and this is how we administer it. And what they said, kind of, not on the low down low, but we really don't use it to deny. We'll talk to somebody about phasing. We'll talk to them about, sometimes people come back and scale back their project a little bit. It's a negotiating tool for them. So they're not, as far as they've told us, and we don't check with them every week, but they're using it as to give them a little bit more negotiating power in rezoning cases than simply saying, oh, well, you paid your prop share, get on with it. I think they feel like if they ran it like old school pre-2011 concurrency, they might run into issues. So that's why it's something that's worth investigating, but we need to do more research, and we need to understand also where your community is with what's your comfort level with your land use plan versus your zoning map, where's your exposure, and really understand if that's worth it. And then the other thing is that if you do that, remember I said that that one of the remaining benefits of prop share is sort of earlier improvements, because you're getting it sort of at the development review stage rather than at the permit stage. You would lose that ability for everything that wasn't a zoning, right? Because now they're going to be paying a fee at the back end. So there's a lot of complexity. I think it's our duty to kind of talk to you about your options, but we're not in a position to say you should or should not.
Well, it looks like we have a legal opinion.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
Brian Meyer, Assistant County Attorney. To your question, Commissioner Woodward, I believe you're referring to existing deficiencies. Yes, so the statute is, I think, pretty clear that for alternative transportation systems.
Oh, yeah.
Including
Yeah.
mobility fee plans, they can't be used for existing deficiencies. So they can't be used for existing deficiencies. So we would not be able, my opinion is would not be able to use them for F roads.
But you would collect them.
You can collect still, but yeah, for added capacity.
Just for clarification, so you're saying we could still maybe collect?
Yeah.
But we can't use it to fix the road that's already over capacity?
Correct. Yeah, the calculations are clear. They're always for added capacity. We can't charge developers for our failing roads as they currently are. That applies to any of the mobility or any of the fees.
And we also cannot deny the project, even though the road is over capacity, and we can't use it to fix the road to come into capacity. I'm just trying to close the circle here, because it feels like we're
Yeah,
kind
a
of.
little bit of a box.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fair to say that you've been put in a little bit of a box, and that's just and everybody is wrestling with it. I think the main takeaway when we think about that, when a fee can't be used to fund a backlog, the way we interpret that is you can't charge for a Cadillac if you're driving a Ford. You know what I mean? So you can't. I don't know if those are even relevant anymore.
That
I'm
was
old.
good. That was
I don't know
good.
what are the two cars, is it Kia and a Lexus? I'm not sure what it is, but I don't want to insult anybody's car, so I'm going to shut up. But the point is that you can't calculate whether it's an impact fee or a mobility fee or any of these things, or a prop share for that matter. You can't calculate that back on an aspirational level of service that you're not delivering. And so that would be an example of when they say, you know, you can't use this to deal with a backlog, you know, that's what that means. It's saying you can't basically charge extra to pay for what you didn't charge before.
Ms. Baker?
I think to make it really simple, impact fees, mobility fees,
Multimodal fees.
multimodal, all of them will get some credit for any future taxes they're gonna pay, et cetera. So none of them will pay for the entire cost. And so we have to augment our road program with gas taxes, impact fees, and any other thing that we
Right.
have.
Right.
So when we talk about the deficit, when that developer comes in, yes, we have a backlog, that deficit. You then assume that the roadway is where it is with capacity, that it has that, it meets the capacity level, and they'll pay for that difference, that they're impacting that roadway. They're not gonna pay for the deficit, that's on us.
Right.
But if they're impacting that roadway and it goes over, then they pay their proportionate share based upon the overage once you make the assumption that the road was at capacity. Does that make
We just can't fail them, but we're still going to collect dollars.
Right.
possibly? Yes, more than likely, yes. But again, I want to be sarcastic on the mobility fee. Once they figure out the rezoning is a key word, they're just going to go to the legislature and
Right.
change it.
Yep.
So we're going to be right back where
That's
we are.
another reason we're not
Commissioner Bernard.
saying.
All right, we've got like 15 more slides, so,
Well, I think.
wait,
we-
hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Bernard has a question, and then Commissioner Weiss wanted to.
Just one quick question,
Ask.
Madam Vice Mayor. So do we have some counties who've using the multimodal fee?
We do. We have counties that are using a multimodal fee running parallel to a prop share-based concurrency system, and we have counties that have repealed and replaced concurrency with a mobility fee. And what I was going to say was we got 2 slides in the presentation left, and we had a bunch of sort of case study examples. And in those example slides, we've got a couple of examples of both.
You'll wait? Okay. All right, keep going.
Oh, sure. You guys are so patient. This is wonderful after the day you've had. We got to catch up on emails. It was awesome for us. So I'm way ahead. When we talk about these, regardless of some of the constraints that legislation has, got us where we are, there's still some best practices, and this is just a couple of things, some strategies. One of the things I mentioned is that if you're doing a multimodal fee and you're keeping your prop share, your concurrency system, you can have, I think I already said this, a larger mesh in your net, so you're not necessarily dealing with every development. And this kind of reduces one of the principal complaints about it, which is that I had to do this expensive study and hire an engineer to do something small. That said, probably want a pretty detailed study for large approvals, and maybe it's a finer grain for zonings, because you are granting more entitlements. So maybe that's a reason why you kind of focus in a little bit. You all mentioned that you have a process in place to look at a consistency review for future land use map amendments, and I think you guys have all keyed in on the fact that that's the only time you can really say no, right? And so to whatever extent that you look at that and say how maybe be a little bit more aggressive in the level of analysis and the rigor of analysis for that, so that you as a board have not necessarily, well, okay, this is the 2 worst cases, the worst case of the existing land use and the worst case of what could be what's being proposed, but maybe give some consideration to what's the typical what's the typical build out under the different scenarios, and maybe compare that. There's different ways you can take that on to give yourself a little bit better information at that legislative phase. Although the fact that a lot of people aren't doing anything, and the fact that you guys are doing a pretty rigorous process already, I think is great. Thinking about fee levels by districts and some of those tools to kind of make your fee work for you and run, be a little bit more compatible with your economic development and growth management objectives rather than just a one-size-fits-all approach. And then we think it's really important with the credit requirement that you isolate the system improvements, the concurrency side of the equation, and the site access side. If a developer builds an internal road, you typically don't give impact fee credits for that. But you could make the same case that, hey, you have to build this traffic signal so people can safely ingress and egress. That's not part of your, you know, and so I get the impression from everything I've seen with Palm Beach County, probably pretty much on top of that, but a lot of our clients aren't, they're maybe giving away more than they need to. And so that's an important thing to just tighten up on. So these are just things that you know, thinking about maybe based on what we know, and I think that the concern that the additional leverage that the mobility fee appears to give may be fleeting and is a little bit of an uncertainty. We think a multimodal fee, probably with retaining your prop share process for now, gives you a little bit of a cash flow advantage. We think you can do some things to kind of reduce the complaint that the traffic study requirement is too onerous. You're gonna, you know, the developer credits, one thing that's tricky is that if you do a future land use plan map amendment and you agree to it, that on principle this is a good future land use decision, but you no longer have that backstop, and the future development approvals are gonna create these credits, you know, tying things back to the land use plan amendment as requirements, so that you don't kind of get this end run workaround is something that you ought to explore with, and the county attorney's office is going to be involved in that. And then what I said before, just making sure that you're sort of bifurcating the site access side of the operation with the system side to, again, better manage the credit exposure. So we've had a lot of discussion. I think we made the trip. We're here at your disposal, and we also had some examples of what other communities are doing, but I'm not sure if you want to sit through all that.
Okay, before we go to your examples, Commissioner Weiss has a continuation.
Thank you. So, you know, I think we, right now, so, you know, looking in Palm Beach County, we have primarily now, we're doing infill. We're not doing large site development anymore. Or very, not as a small, much smaller percentage, let's put it that way. Is, in your opinion, would that, you know, how do you, when you look at these fees, how does that line up with that?
I think the most, well,
or if it's germane at all.
I have my personal prejudices against somebody that likes good infrastructure, right? And so a lot of the way that you answer that question of whether or not, I think the question you're asking is, does it make sense to keep doing prop share or not? A lot of that has to do with how you set your fee, right? If you're using the prop share system to get sort of this additional increment of developer contributions for sort of mid and larger scale projects, because you want to have a lower than market rate fee for kind of the small fries, then there's fiscal advantages to keeping the prop share process. If you go and say, well, we feel like, you know, I don't, it's a political decision, it's not for me to say, but if we're going to kind of push the market rate on the fee, there's probably less fiscal benefit to the county by then also doing prop share. And I can't answer that for you, you know, but that's how I would think about it in terms of, I mean, there are a lot of different objectives you're trying to meet here, right? But the prop share, like we were working with a community to the north of you all. Their fees, their adopted fees were at a discount. They had a large scale project, big greenfield PUD. And the prop share came out to about what twice the impact fee would have been. So for them, there was an advantage to doing it that way. On a smaller scale one, it might not matter.
Thank you.
Okay, what's next? Oh, Commissioner Woodward.
I'm sorry, not used to the lights not being on. The fixed fee, multimodal, you said it was like, it would be a dollar amount, and then small, large pays the same.
So in impact fees, whether it's a roadway impact fee, a multimodal impact fee, or a mobility fee, everybody pays the same. You know, for a 2,500 square foot home, although it's maybe again on the small side, it's the same for everybody. It doesn't matter how many homes you build in your project. Each home pays the same. So if I build 10 homes, I pay $5,000 a home, making up a number. If I build 100 homes, I'd pay $5,000 a home. Same rate. Now, when you're doing concurrency and prop share, because of the mechanics of the way the traffic studies are done, oftentimes the person that's building more at once pays a higher marginal rate per unit of development.
Because it's a bigger impact.
Because it's a more immediate, if you think about it, like it upsets more people's days more immediately, because they changed a lot. Sorry, Megan.
I just want to say, impact fees are on a countywide average to contribute, on average. Prop share deals with a site-specific impact. That's why that developer has to pay maybe additional. But impact fees are calculated in a way that we all contribute to running the, on average, county roads at level of service D or better. So that's.
Is the prop share, what's the minimum on that? Is it?
Could be zero. It could be that you don't
I
have.
mean, the minimum size of the development.
Oh, to do a traffic study, I'm not sure. Staff can
Is
answer that.
Yeah, based on our TPS system, we see if they are causing any road to fail within their radius of influence, then that would be when they will be required to pay prop share.
No, I
Of
mean,
course,
who, is it for 10 homes, 100 homes? What's the size of the development that would have to do?
Again, many factors can play into this. The condition of the roads around the development. You can put a huge development, but it has around it, all the roads around it have excess capacity, so they will not fail when you add the trips from this road, from this development. So it depends on different factors, but we subject every development that produces at least 20 peak hour vehicles per peak hour to have to go through the process and submit a study and to show if their impact on the surrounding roadway system and whether they are causing those roadways to fail or not. And if they are causing them to fail and they were not failing before, then they will be assessed for prop share.
Okay, and last question, I lost where it was. One of them, we were meant to clear the credits in the beginning. Was that the?
You asked a question earlier about does anybody try to buy down the credits or clear their backlog? Is that what you're referring to?
No,
No.
one of the options, that was a requirement, right? That they have to, where are we? Mobility fee, the disposition of developer credits. It says mobility fee collections may be limited until outstanding developer credits are cleared from the system.
Correct. So that's for both. So the legislature also said, by the way, just because you go from multimodal or just because you go from an impact fee, a transportation impact fee, and change the name to a mobility fee doesn't mean these credits aren't going to follow you.
Okay.
And so what that's a complicated way of saying is that even if you repeal and replace concurrency with a pay-and-go system, a mobility fee, you still own those credits. You're welcome. I tried to say it as nicely as I could, but they will follow you like a student loan.
All right, so the rest of the slides are examples of different counties, how they've gone to different fee structures, and if you can go.
Super quick?
Yeah.
What do you think are the highlights? You want to do this part?
You want me to go
Yeah.
super quick?
Yeah.
I'm actually always, so then somebody has to run it.
But not too quick that we can't hear you.
Oh, that's true, sorry. Here we go.
But you can pull that closer to you.
Thank you. All right, so let's go. We just did 4 counties, larger counties. So if we go with Orange County, if you
Sure.
want to do the next slide.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I'm getting click happy here.
Okay, so Orange County has a roadway impact fee everywhere except around the city of Orlando, they have a multimodal fee. And multimodal fees are more popular among cities because they have no longer roadway projects, so they need those standalone sidewalks and bike lines. So that they have a 2-tier field. In addition, they vary their, they vary their fees by urban, suburban, rural, and they charge the highest in the rural to capture that the level of service is better, driving conditions are better, and they don't want development to really be there because they have to build additional facilities. They want the development to be where the infrastructure is. So it's both works as an incentive and also to capture the additional level of service. So that's kind of what they do. They continue with the concurrency, and that's what That's all, like you can kind of see their fees range for a single-family home, 8,700 to about 12,000, depending on the location. So again, this is kind of showing they have 3 impact fee districts, but then essentially 8 impact fee benefit zones, depending on that. Hillsborough County, they adopted the mobility fees before a lot of these legislations, and they basically wanted to do that because they wanted to do away with the credits. And when they adopted the mobility fee, it was considered a different fee, so they did not have to transfer those credits. And then I think legislation changed in response to that probably. So that was kind of their driving factor for the mobility. But they also vary their fee, and that doesn't relate to being mobility fee or a transportation. They again charge higher in the rural area and lower in the urban area.
That $500 million they've collected that they haven't been able to spend.
So again, you have really 2 fee districts and multiple benefit districts. Pinellas County, they have not updated their fee. We are just starting to work with them. They have every city being their own benefit districts, and now they are complaining that there are never enough monies to build any projects because monies are so parsed into so many smaller pockets. So that's, not something to follow, but that's kind of what they do.
24 benefit districts.
And then finally, Broward County, again, they have the same type of thing, 46 fee zones, and they haven't updated their fees for a long, long time. They have a lot of exception areas where, they don't charge the fees. So these are sort of older programs with a lot of benefit districts or fee districts, and it's just not the most effective.
But with Broward County having a transportation surtax.
Yes.
Have they been collecting impact fees? Because
They-
sometimes when you have the infrastructure surtax, it replaces.
That surtax did not affect their fees, but even before then, their fees were very outdated, very small amounts, and they had a lot of impact fee exemption areas because they said, oh, this area is fully developed, we can't build anything, so we are not going to collect it. So it's really not there. It's sort of a leftover impact fee program that was done many, many years ago and really haven't been updated. And with the surtax, they probably have no incentive to do much on that. So I think those are the main. I mean, we have more jurisdictions doing mobility fees, and then some doing multimodal fees. But again, multimodal fees we see much more in the cities. It's more popular for the cities, and that's kind of why Orange County 2-tier made sense. They did the multimodal around the city, and then roadway rest of the county. We're done. Had a very long day.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. Sorry, I did have to step out for a minute, but which of these has the least restrictions on how we can spend the money?
Multimodal and mobility are more flexible in terms of spending the money. Roadway is more restrictive.
Okay, but none of these will pay for maintenance
No.
of existing roads?
No, they are really all impact fees. They are all governed under the impact fee legislation. So, no, they are only for capacity addition projects, yeah.
So at this point in time, what is staff looking for us to do or suggest or decide?
As we
Since there's
mentioned,
only 4 of us, I'm not so sure that's a good thing, but
as we mentioned earlier, every 4 years we have to do an impact fee study, and you all participated in some of that we did not long ago. And so we're preparing we have to get a consultant, we got to go through the study and bring it before you all. And so we're trying to prepare for that process, and we need to know whether we're doing a mobility fee study, a multimodal fee study, or an impact fee study. And so we're looking for some guidance or direction from you all in terms of what direction you want to go in.
I raised my hand for multimodal. Anybody else? Commissioner Bernard.
Thanks, Madam Vice Mayor. Just based on the conversation, it seems like that's the best approach for right now. But I'd like to get a little bit more information on the mobility also. So I'd like to know both, and that's my thoughts.
Commissioner Weiss?
I have one other question. If we were to, at some point, were to have a transportation surtax, how would does that have any impact on any of these?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that be?
Depending on the projects on your transportation surtax, if you are using a portion for capacity projects, then there will be a higher credit against the impact fee. So impact fee would be lower. Because now you have another revenue source being contributed to that capacity, and we don't want to charge development fully once through the fee and once through that tax.
So to avoid the dual taxation, so when we calculate an impact fee, we look at the other tax revenues that pay for the same infrastructure. And then we say, well, the life of the road is 30 years. Over 30 years, what's the present value of how much this new house will contribute in taxes that also pay for that road? And we take that off the fee calculation. So it's part of the background math that she does so well to make your fee defensible. Well, now you have another tax, and it's a big one. It's an important one for transportation. So it would increase the credit, which would decrease the fee that we would say that you could charge.
Is there any difference, does it have any different impact to either impact fee, mobility, or?
No, the calculations are almost identical.
Okay.
And then in some cases, when one was being considered, once you are at a point of having projects, we calculate the fee both ways. So depending on timing, if it passed later, you could just switch to the second schedule, for example.
I think it's also important to note also, Commissioner Wise, that what's happening with some of the developers is what they're actually doing is they're taking the credits that they're either transferring or having assigned to them, and they're using those credits to not have to pay road impact fees. And so on some of the newer developments that they're doing, what I'm finding is we're not collecting any road impact fees because they're using the credits.
Okay.
One thing that probably we need to bring to attention is that if we go with the mobility fee, which would not require any traffic studies, can you imagine you approving developments without having any idea about their actual impact on traffic? All the crowds, the people come out here, they are interested in only one thing, which is traffic. So if we go with the mobility fee, everybody will pay just certain amount, no studies, nothing. You have no clue about what impact that development would have on the surrounding roadway system.
Couldn't we though, by policy, require them to bring us a traffic impact study regardless whether we're using it for understanding the cost, but rather to understand the impact that development would have?
Yeah, but then it will be arbitrary and subjective of, what can you do with developments that would cause more harm, let me say, to traffic conditions versus others that are not, and what is really bad, what is not, what's acceptable, what's not. And if it's not tied up to the monetary exaction on the development and or your ability to restrict and limit or cap the development density or the intensity of the development based on its traffic impact. So all of that needs to be really thought through. And one more important thing in my mind always is that very often, especially cities, float around the issue with mobility fee, and they are against impact fees, and they want mobility fees because they think then they will have, a bigger piece of the pie or whatever it's said. But that may not be the case in our county. In our county, again, and we try to put it in our presentation, is that the county is responsible for all the major roadway systems. Most of the other things that local governments are interested in are sidewalks, bike lanes, some other infrastructure that is needed really in downtowns, in areas where mostly it will be built and needed on local infrastructure. As I understand, the fees and impact fees calculated is based on needs for transportation infrastructure on major roadway system.
Right, collectors and above, yes.
Yeah. So my thoughts are, these are two separate and independent needs probably. Local governments would know and understand and have better say on what improvements they need and infrastructure they need within their local governments, and they will have the say on that and collect their own impact fees, like we have been doing it so far. They have their own impact fees, many of them, including Palm Beach Gardens, used to collect their own impact fees and collect our own, the county's impact fee on top of that, and each one of them was intended for their own peculiar needs. So that also needs to be considered.
I get, and then one last question. Because, because of the new legislation now requiring all the different entities to come together and have agreements, as to how they're going to share based on the impact they're going to have, right, outside of their jurisdiction. How does that weigh into all of these three fees? And is there one that is better, right, or any that are worse for that?
You will need to do those interlocals regardless of what type of fee you have. So it's not really specific to any fee, or there's no one way or the better. Only time you'll need to do it if both the city and you're charging it, and if the city is charging on top of yours. So if a city is not collecting a separate impact fee on top of the county impact fee, you don't need an interlocal with that city. So it's going to be places like Palm Beach Gardens or anybody else that has, and their main goal is they want to make sure that they are not being double charged.
But here's my maybe more specific. So for example, city has a mobility fee. We have a multimodal fee with prop share on it, right? So they're collecting, but the interlocal agreement has spelled out, there's going to be a percentage that's going to end up on county roads. Is there, on our perspective, is there any, does it have a better or worse financial implication? And vice versa, if we have a multimodal fee that requires prop share, and we have the interlocal agreement with our neighbors, is there any benefit or harm?
So the maximum fee amounts, whether it's a mobility fee, multimodal fee, roadway fee, is very similar. So that's the full impact of the development on all roads. And the question is how you are splitting.
Okay.
So typically, when we go to a city, we look at the travel handled by city roads, and that ranges anywhere from maybe 5% to 15%, and they can keep that and give you the rest, something like that. But if they are also charging for all roads in their city, and the county fees on all roads, that's probably overlap.
Okay, I'm not sure who is next, but I'm going to ask Ms. Baker to weigh in. And Khursheed, did you want to say something? Okay. Ms. Baker. Go ahead.
How do I say this? When we do our impact fees, it is on the county's thoroughfare roads. It is not on city roads. So our fee is based on just what we're responsible for. And that's to get people from the north end to the south end to the Atlantic to the lake. Cities may be charging for their local roads, which we don't charge for. They may be looking at their sidewalks and other infrastructure that they believe they need to get capacity built, whether it's vehicular or non-vehicular. So there is no, the main thing that the legislation talks about is us not charging for the same infrastructure. And so we do not charge for the same infrastructure because we don't collect road impact fees for city roads or any other city infrastructure. It is strictly ours. And so as we start to move forward, whether it's multimodal or mobility fee, a methodology will be developed that will identify what we're charging for, what that cost is, and we'll base our fee on that. So when we sit down with cities to do the interlocal, we need to make sure we're not double dipping. They should not be charging for county roadways, because ultimately we're responsible. We hold the liability for those particular roadways. So in Palm Beach County, we're used to doing it until recently. So we should not run into major difficulties in that particular stance. We just simply need to make sure we're not charging, they should not be charging for our roadways, and we shouldn't be charging for theirs or any other infrastructure they want as far as development is concerned.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just to continue with that, so we are charging, you said, for our thoroughfare roads, which do run into cities, the thoroughfare roads. Does this also pay for roads just in unincorporated? Or is it a specific thoroughfare roads in unincorporated?
We actually, when we do our calculation, correct me when I go astray here, it's been a long time. When we do our calculation for our thoroughfare roads, that's what we're doing it for. We do have some collector and arterial roads in the unincorporated area that ties to our thoroughfare roads. So we will be able to utilize the impact fee dollars for those particular ones. But again, impact fees don't come close to paying for our improvements, so we also augment it by gas tax dollars. And ad valorem.
And so just so it's been a long day, I apologize.
That's okay. This is complicated.
The thoroughfare roads run through municipalities and unincorporated, but do we also pay for roads that would not be considered thoroughfare if the project is in unincorporated and it's a road that needs increased capacity because the new development is there?
Only if we own it.
You get that?
I don't think we charge for
Only if we
collecting
own it, right?
arterial roads.
Well, we own all the unincorporated roads, right?
do.
Except for if it's a state road.
Or
No,
ITID, a special district
There are
road.
areas that have private roads.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, not in a neighborhood, not private roads or HOA roads. And,
Right.
you know, there are roads that, you know, are, I don't, flavor picked road, I can't, I'm sorry.
Right.
The roads like that may, if we approve certain things, would need improvements, need another lane. Would those fall under impact fees? Or is it just thoroughfare roads?
I mean, we look at your thoroughfare roads primarily, and they need to be collectors or above in the sense that they need to provide benefit to a large group, not just neighborhood local roads. If a road is not on your thoroughfare road list, but you want to expand it, and if it's going to help the thoroughfare roadway system, maybe it's a parallel road, it's going to relieve congestion, then you can also use it for that. You can make a case that is helping your main system. I can't visualize what would be a major road that's not on your system.
Well, I mean, there's some roads I think that are on our TIM maybe, or some other ones that maybe future could be. And if we were to approve a development, that road would come into, you know, existence on a road, and we could use impact
It would
fees
be eligible if it's on the TIM.
The reason I'm asking for all of this clarification is because if we as a county are going to put a certain impact fee, multimodal, whichever it is, and we can kind of lay out a map, these are the roads that we're responsible for that go into our municipalities. As we enter into the interlocal agreements, then, you know, they see like the impact, these are our roads that we're responsible for, that's what our impact fees are going to be used for. Everything else is on you, outside of, you know, and then help, because we're gonna have to, we're all gonna have to sit down together, and I mean, and they're gonna have to sit down with each other. The cities, if they have a bordering area that they are developing, and it goes into the next city again. But I'm just, so knowing that we're just doing thoroughfare roads with our fees, which one of these multimodal mobility or impact would be most useful?
It would be improvements on that same system regardless of what the fee is. It's just you can add a sidewalk on it without having to expand the roadway if it's a multimodal fee.
If it's
But it's still the
multimodal.
same roadway system that qualifies.
So then the different ones don't really impact
No,
that?
no.
Okay.
The methodology remains the same.
Okay.
And so the flexibility is what we're looking for, and I would recommend to our board to consider. And the multimodal fee gives us the most flexibility.
And I think it will
And
be.
keeps
re-
prop share?
Yes.
Okay.
And multimodal will be especially useful to you for your roads in the cities because they probably need those additions, but not necessarily lane additions or new roads. So that's where it's gonna get useful.
And that was my one question. We had a map that had the purple roads that were showing they're already at their ultimate, but does that not mean they're at their ultimate capacity for lanes, but could sidewalks be a part of those roads, or?
Yes.
Okay. For multimodal? Okay. And then last question, and this might be a hard one, how much money are we actually talking about right now? Just like the average of the past 5 years, how much is this that we're talking about?
The revenues, impact fee revenues?
How much are we?
Derek, what is the
collected in
impact fee revenues that we collect now for roadways?
Yes.
About 20, something in the 20-something million. I think this past year, we collected about 23 million for road impact fees
For the whole county?
Yeah,
for the whole county.
yeah. It's
It's going,
It's not a lot.
it was going up, it is now going down again because they're using the credits more and more, and, you know, they're.
That's all right, then we get the credits out of the way.
But there's 50 million in credits, so there's a couple of
There's
years of
actually, there's
credits.
more than 50 million because there's probably 50 million that's out in the municipalities. We have internally about $40 million worth. So together, we probably have somewhere between 85 and $100 million worth of credits outstanding.
Give us an opportunity to go back and analyze what credits are actually out there, because we should be giving credits, not municipalities, because we determine what those credits are. So we need to look at it just to make sure that people haven't done improvements on our thoroughfare that's eligible for road impact fee credits.
But either way, whichever one of these we choose, you're talking about $20 million a year countywide?
That's it?
That's, yeah,
Yeah, it's not a lot of money.
even though we increased the rates.
Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Vice Mayor. Just want to make sure, you know, I know that we've talked about Palm Beach Gardens with the mobility fee, and, you know, I'm sure that's not going to be the only city that's going to pretty much go with a mobility fee. Have we had discussions with those municipalities in terms of having this discussion and how it would impact trying to address this, you know, cloud of litigation that we've been under for the past 5 years?
I think and I don't, legal may want to opine on this, but we're still in the process of that legal issue. Other cities are waiting to see the outcome of it before they get involved. Hopefully, we can resolve it quickly and then move on. But the other cities are waiting to see what comes out of the litigation. And in the meantime, you know, we got a number of things we're talking about: the transportation plan, transportation fee, whether we go from impact fees to multimodal to mobility. We've got a lot of balls up in the air right now.
I think there's north of 5 and less than 10 cities that have done all the steps.
Yes,
legislative steps for
waiting.
the mobility, and they're just waiting for
They
the
told me,
lawsuit.
if Gardens does this, we're in line, Virginia,
Yeah.
and I understand that.
I mean,
But
we've
how
got
do we-
Lake Park is already there, and
Well, how do we solve this issue with this League of Cities and with those cities as we're having these discussions? Because what I'm concerned about is, okay, we say, hey, we're going to do this multimodal fee, and then we continue with a litigation with those cities.
It's only one.
I know, but it's not going to be only one. We know that there's going to be 10. So if we know that there are going to be 10 different lawsuits, 10 different cities pursuing this, how do we have a conversation with those cities and create the best policy for us in the future?
This is a very complicated issue. When the legislature passed this mobility fee, we've got 39 municipalities plus the unincorporated area and pockets within, between the cities. So what one city does impacts surrounding cities. Somehow, we've got to come up with an agreement and a local agreement, not only with the county and the cities, but the cities and the cities. So it's more of a region. How are we going to address the overall impact? I don't have a crystal ball, but we got to do it.
But what's the time frame in terms of, you know, like solving this issue or having discussions, and will it take another law from Tallahassee that forces the county and the cities to sit down to kind of like address this issue that we've got we've got impact fees, multimodal, and mobility fee. Whatever that we decide, it seems like we're still going to continue to have a litigation between the city and the county, and we're not solving the issue that we have to deal with.
There is a case pending. However, I believe we can still work with the cities on trying to come up with something post the litigation. So I'm going to shut up now and let legal deal with this.
Yeah, that litigation that's currently pending with Palm Beach Gardens, it's been in a standstill for a year now. The judge granted our temporary partial injunction and ordered Palm Beach Gardens to pay back outstanding impact fees, and to order their own developers who haven't paid to pay the county impact fees that they haven't paid. But Palm Beach Gardens is seeking clarification on that order, so we've been pending ever since then. And the legislation that was recently passed is an attempt by the legislation to avoid additional litigation. We have to have that interlocal agreement in place by 2025 October.
October 2025.
And the alternative, if we don't reach that agreement, the legislation lays out it's punitive on both parties in a sense. The municipalities and the county are both subject to whatever the developer's traffic study says, or the mobility plan it is not clear on this part. It's poorly written. It says the mobility plan of the local government, and that's not clear if that's the local government that's collecting the building permits or what, or if that contemplates a situation where one local government has a mobility plan and one doesn't. Would that mobility plan be the one, or would that local government with the mobility plan be the one to collect and determine what the disbursement of the fees would be? That's up in the air. So legislature and all their wisdom try their best.
Just to follow up, so if you said October 2025 and we're still in litigation, like from a public policy perspective, how do we as a county and the League of Cities sit at a table and start to try to hash out something before October of 2025? Because I just don't see us, I know we're trying to make these decisions, but I don't see us at the table to try to figure out how do we move forward between both the county and the cities.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd imagine the other cities don't want to be in the same situation as Palm Beach Gardens is with the county. So that may be the impetus for them to come to the negotiation table. And with this pending litigation,
But they can go to Tallahassee and create more rules that could be more punitive to the county if they don't solve this issue.
And we both got our respective lobbying teams, so I'm sure FAC would do the same. And I know in our small meetings, Commissioner Marino mentioned that there's a glitch bill coming to fix this current legislation somewhat. I'm not sure what that.
There will be.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it all says, but
The-
maybe
the-
that'll help.
The ambiguous word of jurisdiction.
Okay. There we go.
I know Commissioner Weiss wants to chime in, so I'll go right ahead.
Thank you, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think Commissioner Bernard, in regards to litigation, and I want to just further on your questions. So our litigation is backward looking, right? These impact fees that were owed. Looking forward, is there any so if we move to a mobility, a multimodal, or stay at an impact fee, we still have to come up with this MOU with the cities and potentially other counties for that matter, and they'll probably have to come up with MOUs for other counties, especially the ones that border us. But does that have any relevance to whether we have a impact fee, multimodal fee, or a mobility fee?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so whatever decision we make for how we move forward is separate from our agreement that we're going to have to make with our local partners, right?
Rephrase that question again, please.
I'm not a good attorney. You want to talk about technology, I'll do that all day long with you, but don't make me talk legal speak.
Right. No, yeah, as far as, if we change to a mobility or multimodal fee, will that change the way we negotiate with, no.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no option's going to matter.
And there's no, and because it's backward looking, right now, nobody else owes us any money on impact fees. Everybody is remitted except for Palm Beach Gardens. So, so going forward, once that case resolves, I don't think there'd be an expectation, because we'll be operating under, at that point, then we'll be operating under interlocal agreements with our partners, and so hopefully we shouldn't have any further
And actually, we
litigation.
have interlocal agreements with all of our cities now. The ones that collect for us, we've got that interlocal agreement with, and then others we collect, they send them to the county, they pay their impact fees, we give them a receipt, they go back to the city, and the city then issues the permit.
Yeah, there are 19 municipalities we have interlocal agreements with. We collect, and then the other 17, they collect and remit to us the following month.
But if they were to impose their own mobility fee, let's say they do it tomorrow, and they say, okay, we're not paying you because of this new law. Are they under the jurisdiction of this new law now?
That's our issue, is that the impact fee that we assess is on our roadways, not theirs.
Gotcha.
And so that's why we're in litigation with Gardens now, because they decided that their fee was gonna be almost as close as what we were, and that's what they're charging, and they're taking all of the fees. But yet, we've got roadways that run through their city, and actually, we took dollars collected within the zone, built their roadway system for the most part out, and now it's time to spend money in another city within that zone, or the unincorporated area in that zone, and we're not receiving the funds back.
So they remit nothing to us, no portion or anything.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I forgot to mention earlier, I did support looking at multimodal, which I think is the direction that you're looking from us. I agree with that. But again, I'm concerned that we've kind of pitted ourselves against cities versus counties. There's history with this stuff, but the dollars just aren't there for this. I mean, it seems like we're arguing over crumbs, and even with redevelopment, the redevelopment has to be factored in at lower numbers, because there's already an impact for whatever was existing on that piece of land, and a lot of infill and redevelopment within our cities, a lot of that's happening. It's going to be even smaller impact fees. This number's going down, even though there's cranes everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's building happening, but the impacts, it's smaller because something was already there before that someone paid a previous impact fee for. So I'm just, hopefully we can bridge this gap with our cities and, you know, we come to a good agreement and then realize that this impact fees are not going to get us out of the troubles that we have. For two reasons, another one being, in order to collect these fees, we need more development, which means more traffic. So it's kind of it's a perpetuating
double-edged
problem.
sword.
And I don't think that's a good way for us to keep trying to tackle traffic using impact fees, because
They are limited.
it raises that, and we are woefully behind. What was it, 95% of our roads were at level of service during concurrency, I think was on the previous, or one of the slides. It was high, and I'm sure, I don't know what the percentage is now, but I'm sure we're not even close to that.
It's pre-concurrency.
Pre-concurrency, we were 95%, and since then, and that's only 12 years? 12 years. So arguing over impact fees, hopefully we can come to our cities and we can come together and get get through this, come into some good agreements, and then realize it's not the way we're going to fix congestion.
Commissioner Bernard.
Thanks, Madam Vice Mayor. I do support the multimodal fee, but, you know, for me, I feel like, you know, if Palm Beach Gardens did not pursue the mobility fee, we would have continued to go down the road of using the impact fee structure as a model, which was before civilization. So because of the fact that they went with that model of using the mobility fee, we're having this discussion in regards to, okay, well, what's the best way that gives us the best flexibility? And so I just think that as we're doing this, whatever we decide to do with the multimodal fee, we do need to have a discussion with those cities and to see what's the best way for us to address this issue for the future of Palm Beach County. Because what I'm hearing is just, well, you know what? Whatever we decide to do, we're just gonna call it something different, but we're still gonna be operating like BC, and we have to go into AD. And right now, I don't feel like the county is moving in a direction of, let's think future for Palm Beach County. Let's think mobility for Palm Beach County. This is just, let's collect fees so in that way we can continue to do things the same way we used to. And I believe that, yes, we need to move forward, but without a discussion with those municipalities, we're just going to continue to be in litigation, and I just don't think that we're going to move forward.
Well, I'm going to comment. Actually, I've had Ms. Baker and Ron Ferris from the City of Palm Beach Gardens in my office several times talking about mobility fees. And mobility fees were something that the county discussed many years ago, but then rejected the idea of having a mobility fee. So what we actually need to do, and I know that we're doing this because we're mandated every 4 years we have to do this. And so we're having this discussion about mobility fees, multimodal fees, impact fees. As Commissioner Woodward said, it's crumbs. $20 million doesn't do much for any of us. But what we have to do is eventually come up where the county and the cities all have the same kind of mobility, multimodal, however we want to call it, program. I think we're working towards that. The fact that we're discussing it here means that we are open to the option of doing this. So I think what we're doing today is very, very important, and it opens the door for a lot of things in the future, which there aren't enough of us here today to have that further discussion about transportation surtax. I'm saying that quietly. And I think that that's a full board discussion. But, you know, we, in the future, are going to be, we need to look for a way to mitigate these impacts, but at the same time, not affect our taxpayers. So whatever we do going forward can't be on the backs of our taxpayers. So we just need to make sure that, right, what we do now is we fulfill our obligation of the 4 years, research multimodal because that's the most flexible. And I know Ms. Baker and I have had discussions, and we will continue to have discussions, League of Cities, city managers. I would ask each of you all with the city managers in your districts to have these discussions. Large cities, small cities, everybody needs to have a voice, because if we move forward, everybody needs to have a voice. So, Ms. Baker, you had your light on also.
Yes, and I have been having discussions. My last discussion really was on a transportation plan, because that's what we're looking at. That's what we need to look at, because we need to not only account for our roads on the thoroughfare and roads we're responsible for the county, but how does the city roads fit into that? And it's just not roads. We've got rail. We've got a number of factors. We've got, you know, the electric bikes now that you see people, and they want divided lanes for the bikes versus vehicular traffic. So those are all complicated issues we need to look at. And again, the size of our county makes this much more complicated, much more, because most of our cities, 80% or more of their traffic leaves their city to go to an employment base, and then they leave that employment base to go back to their cities. And so we've got to be able to move people around, and if we work in silos and only worry about what happens in that city, we're going to shut our county down, and it will be just congestion all over. So we are and plan on working with our cities, and if I can highlight the fact that impact fees, there is a clause in our ordinance that states if we get to the point we can't encumber money by the 6th year and expend it by the 9th year, then we have to give that money back. Correct. So we're always looking to make sure that we're adding capacity, we meet the standards of the law, and we can only collect those dollars for that purpose. We have stopped collecting impact fee dollars in other areas, and that's where this would have gone. However, we all know we need to continue to do improvements because our comp plans are constantly changing, and we have to address it. So Commissioner Bernard, rest of the board, we are talking to our cities. I went into detail with some detail with them last month. We're going to meet again in July to talk about the potential transportation plan, and if we did a transportation tax, what does that mean? How can they expend funds, that kind of thing, and how do we move people around our county and stay effective?
And again, it goes back to something that you've heard me say this more than 10 times. We need a county-wide plan that includes the municipalities. We need to know what their growth is going to be, what their land planning is going to be, because, you know, we may think a roadway is not going to have anything on it, and then a city might say, okay, this strip mall, we're going to take this down, and we're going to do what they did in Lake Park. You know, they built a high-rise structure, and so we need to know, and it's hard to know what someone's going to do in the future. But we have to plan the best we can, and we are in the position now where many partners are willing to come to the table to have this discussion, and we're not going to be able to get anywhere without data, period. Commissioner Woodward, would you like to, and then Commissioner Weiss?
To Commissioner Bernard's point, could you, and this may be something that you have to come back to us to tell us, you know, look at options for if we were to adopt, whether it's multimodal or mobility, and all of the cities would have similar plans. Like, could you give us, is there how do I word this? A better way that we could go to the cities and say, we're looking to do mobility plan. There are some that already have mobility plans. If we all have the same plan, would it make this easier? Or if we were to have multimodal and a city has mobility and maybe a different city has multimodal, or however it works, could you help us, you know, is this something that we should really try to collaborate with the cities on and try to all fall under the same mobility or multimodal? Or does it make, everybody does their own? Because some cities, it makes more sense for them to focus on mobility, and others maybe are still building out their roads. Does that make sense?
As far as the type of fee that everybody has, it's probably not as important. And like you said, if a city is not seeing much development, they may want to do away with the concurrency for their purposes because there's not, not much going on. Or so that's a different. But it always makes sense to do that countywide plan. And if you are going to go for sales tax, it makes a lot of sense for
No,
that.
separate for, this is
Yeah.
just the impact.
Yeah,
part.
just for impact fee, the type of fee doesn't matter, but what multimodal is going to do, it will allow the county to do standalone sidewalk bike lanes that are so much more important to the cities. So I think that'd be a one step actually bridging that gap, because now when they come and ask for that money, you have to say no, because you cannot legally take your roadway fee and build those. Now you're gonna be able to do it, and they can't, maybe they have some key projects in their cities which may not even take too much of the revenue, because sidewalks and so on are a lot cheaper than roadways, but it will go a long way for them. So I think in that sense it will be helpful, but it doesn't matter what type of fee everybody does.
So whether we have multimodal or mobility, we could still give a city, if they have a mobility plan,
Yeah.
then we could still give them
Right,
what
they
they're
may
asking
say,
for.
on this county road, we are missing sidewalks from this end to this end. This would be really nice to have, or we want to add a bike lane, we want to do separate bike lane.
When we're building complete streets, if it runs through the city and we're doing improvements, adding a lane or whatever, we add sidewalks now, and we also provide for the bike lane. That's all inclusive in there now,
In the current, in the new lane additions, right?
in what we're doing today,
Right.
But
But
only
then
on
old
our
roads,
on our roads.
just do a sidewalk, though.
No, we can't.
Right.
But that's what the multimodal
That's
fee
what-
allows us to do.
Well, I think that needs to be really clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what not the mobility fee.
mobility would also, but
Mobility would do it
because
too.
they both are
That's not-
flexible. Like, they both can be used on all
One doesn't
modes.
have concurrency, that's the difference.
Right.
The most flexible is multimodal.
All right.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. So, because you had asked and I had not answered, so at this point, I think, yeah, I would, it sounds like most supportive of the multimodal fee because of having the ability to have concurrent prop share at the same time, and the fact that it does require the traffic study so that we have a better ability to make more informed decisions. I want to say that. I think, and because this came up, I was going to wait for my comments, but I'll just throw it in here now. So we, a few weeks ago, we agreed the need to get out this transportation plan. We have money in the budget to get this transportation plan going. There is no reason that this needs to be slow walked, slowed down. I want to see this issued by latest September 1st, an RFP out there. I don't, we have to get this done. If we need to get to the cities, we've got to have, they've got to be a part of it, obviously. They've got to come to the table with their comp plans and what their plans are to have a countywide. But if we don't have this, we have nothing to talk about for our future. And time is of the essence right now, and I don't want to see this thing slow down, and I haven't seen any movement on this. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe you guys are working behind the scenes and I'm just not aware of it. But at this point, I've not heard about an RFP being put out on the street. We have a good example, I believe, down in Broward. I think that gets us most of the way done in being able, they've had an RFP not too long ago, for similar type thing, but we have to have that until we get it out on the street. Then at that point, hopefully we can work at the same time, work with our cities to bring them together and the League of Cities to all be participating on it. But without it, we don't know where we're going. And so I just can't impress enough. And I really would like this board to take a stand on that and say it has to get done.
Commissioner Weiss, if you want to make a motion for us to have the RFP by September 1st, I support it, and...
Motion made.
Okay, and second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on that? All in favor? Aye?
Discussion?
Oh, sure.
Well, are we going to discuss what the RFP is? Is that now, or are we gonna do it, we don't, all right, we're missing half our board, but I mean, we do need to discuss what this is and what the data is involved and how the data is collected. Because honestly, I feel like that's the most important part of all of this. We need to have a full grasp and understanding of our comp plan, what's been approved, what's out there, development orders that are out there. We've got projects that have been approved 15, 20 years ago that have traffic studies that we're having to account for, and we don't have a full grasp of that for ourselves. We need that. I think AI could help. You're our tech guy. This could help. But I mean, putting our entire ULDC, into that's one thing. But how many, just today, what have we approved? We had zoning today. We've approved stuff today that changes what's out there. And how many cities are having zoning meetings right now? So whatever we come up with, we need all of their cooperation also to give us all of it. We have to do it ourselves. We need all this information. We need all of their information, and we need this to be something that's a living, breathing document that gets updated every single month. That way, when we send an RFP out for a consultant who's going to give us a transportation master plan, they're working from real information and up-to-date information, and not something that we get that's a 6-inch binder that sits on our shelves, and then we come back to it in 10 years, what have we done? Technology exists now where we can do a closed network, which means, it's only the information that we put in there. Open source AI, I'm learning about this, which means multiple AIs get to ask it questions and we get to pull this information. But we need to create our own Palm Beach County, and I mean Palm Beach County and all of our cities, all of us, because everything that's built out there, it affects all of the roads, and this is not just about roads. This is fire rescue, this is evacuations, this is floodplains, this is everything. We could create something that's a real global initiative for us. Broward is working on some of this. I've had some conversations. I gotta tell you, we're ahead of them. We can do this. And we are building stuff, it's being approved, permits are getting pulled, all of this stuff has to be a part of it. And once this thing is created, we may have to shift one of our departments to learning a little more about AI, but this information has to get constantly updated, and our cities need to be in agreement with us to send us this information, because whatever goes to the consultant for transportation, if they're gonna lay out bus lines, they're gonna look at bus rapid transit systems, if they're gonna look at train lines, if just roads, like what are our roads and how do we pay for this? That's gonna get us to that looming question that's out there. How do we pay for this? And it's not gonna be $20 million a year impact fees. It's not gonna be gas taxes. Gas taxes have been flat for forever. I mean, it is what it is. So it's going to lead to that, but we need good data that everybody is in agreement with. Everybody is sharing this, because the only way it works is if everybody tells us what they're doing. And it's not so we can control anyone. It's just so that we know what's out there. Westlake didn't exist how many years ago? And there it is. Stuff was approved before that surrounding Westlake that still has their land rights to do what they're going to do, and Westlake can do what they do because they're their own city. There's a number of cities that can do this. We need all of their cooperation before we send this to a consultant. And I'm not saying we can't do both of these at the same time. This can happen at the same time.
Wouldn't we hire the consultant to help us get all of these information? Because there's no way that we're going to gather all of these information just ourselves. I'm just saying, like, we're hiring a consultant that would provide us all of,
He's gonna lay the groundwork.
lay the groundwork for us to do all of that, because I don't think county staff can by themselves just create that.
No, we can't.
No, I just feel it's probably two different consultants, honestly, because it's not just going to be a traffic information. It's going to give us healthcare information. It's going to give us flood evacuation zones. The thing that you asked for, this global, give it for the school districts, ITID, everyone would have to be participating. That is one thing that I feel we need to create. And I realized that after doing this job for just a couple of years, binders of information that an AI can sort through in no time at all. And the transportation consultant, I feel like these are two separate entities, but they can happen at the same time.
Vice Mayor?
Ms. Maker?
On June 28th, I did meet with some of the city-county managers at our meeting. We talked about this. I told you I would, and so I did. And some of them are in the audience. Their concern was that the county not just do this on their own. They wanted input. They felt that they should also contribute toward the study, because then it wouldn't just be a county study. So I'm going back to them on the 26th because there was not a quorum, and I don't even know if they're going to vote on it. In the meantime, I spoke with Richard Radcliffe, and because I think that maybe the elected officials also need to be discussing it, but I'll meet with the managers again on the 26th. We looked at, you know, what can be included, what can't. We're going to lay all of that out. We'll have that discussion. We can move both in moving forward. So I just need to know, have a better feel of what this board, along with the cities, what are we looking for in the consultant? What is it we're going to require of the consultant so we can put it in the RFP and we can attract the right type of consultant to come in and provide us those things. I'm happy to come sit down with each of you, get that input before you leave, hopefully by Thursday or Friday. Receive that input so that I can also share with the cities as we talk to them. And as it's stated, they're sitting in the audience as well. And I'm going to solicit input from them, and they'll have to go back to their bosses also. So I hear you, we want to move this, and I've actually started working on a timeline on all of this stuff, but I do need input from them if this is going to work.
Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
It is. So, and I don't disagree with you, Commissioner Woodward. But it's something I think certainly can be done in parallel. And quite frankly, they're two different tracks, because what we need the consultant to do is pull the data together as it relates to our transportation needs, whether it's by air, by sea, by rail, by car, by bike, by walking, whatever it is, pull it all together of and I think, you know, our transit piece, you know, I know that they've got a plan that they have already developed. I know we've got at least a 5-year plan that we have in engineering. I believe some of the cities have their they have their plan. The TPA has a long-range transportation plan. All of that needs to be consolidated, pulled together. People need to look at their comp plan and
Capital improvement budgets.
Exactly. And I think that's what the consultant needs to do. As to, and if the, you know, after the RFP gets issued and we start to get response, and there's nothing to stop you from having the cities be a part of your evaluation team of the RFP so that they have a seat at that table of choosing the consultant I don't think there's anything to stop us from having that happen. And whether they're able to participate financially, that would be wonderful if they have those resources. But whether they do or they don't, because we have some really small cities, and I'm not, you know, so they can write us a check for a few $100s or a few $1,000s. Is that going to make a difference? No. And I just, what I see if we don't move it, we have nothing to talk about. We have no way to then start to evaluate projects that might be something that we can talk to the public about and say, okay, here's what we need to do. Here's the funding we currently have available. And maybe it meets those needs. It would be wonderful if that's what we find out, that it meets the needs and we can fund all these projects that we need to see happen in the next, you know, dozen years or so. But if it doesn't, then what are the options? What are the alternatives? And you know, how are we going to be able to do that? Or maybe we can, and we're going to have to go to them and say, look, this is a situation we're in, and sorry. But I don't believe that's the case. I believe there are options, but we don't know what they are, because we don't know what in fact we need to be doing, not just within unincorporated Palm Beach County, but the entire county, not just driving, but all modes of transportation that support our businesses and our residents here. So, again, I know I put a motion out there. I think we stopped it because of,
More
you had
discussion.
you wanted some more discussion? Okay, so, all right.
Commissioner Woodward.
Just one last part, because I do support this. I mean, we've started this conversation months and months ago, so I am very much, please, let's do this. But I want to make sure that the cities have a seat at the table with this.
This is not
because-
going forward without that.
Yes, because,
Period.
and in the RFP, we're talking about issuing this RFP September 1st, and, you know, that's, I love this idea, but I also want to make sure that that's enough time for there to be discussion on what the RFP is, and not just from us, and not just the 4 of us. There should be 7 of us in this discussion, and that's unfortunate. But the cities need to have a seat at the table, the managers, and then we need to meet with the League of Cities as electeds, I would think, before this too, so that everyone knows, and we're setting the expectation right for ourselves to put this RFP out, so when it comes back, we know what we're looking for, and we can choose a consultant to deliver. So that was my concern. If we're saying this, I just want to make sure that that's time for us to get the cities into the discussion.
So, Commissioner Weiss, the only thing I would just amend your motion to, at least for us to review the RFP, at the September meeting, so in that way we'll have a full board. At least we have a time frame.
I will accept your friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Did you get that?
Let's vote.
Okay. So we're looking for want to restate?
We will have an RFP at our September meeting for the full board to be able to review and vote on.
Perfect. And I have a motion and a second, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Holy heavens, I think that's the end of our regular agenda. Your direction would be multimodal. That is the most flexible of all, so that would be the direction coming from us.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, now, since we're at the end of our regular agenda comments, county attorney, whichever county attorney wants to answer a question or ask a question or answer.
No comments.
No comments. Planning director.
No comment.
Thank you. Zoning director. No comments. Executive director. Since our deputy county administrator is gone, but our full-blown county administrator is here, would you like to comment?
I've had enough, sis.
Okay. Now, commissioners, would anybody like to make a comment?
I wasn't supposed to be here, so.
Commissioner Woodward, anything?
Just wishing Christian in my office a happy birthday from the weekend, so that's it.
Commissioner Weiss.
I just want to say I had the opportunity to attend the NACO conference a few days ago. I thought it was very productive, and to share with the board that I will be, this coming year, I'm chairing the Information Technology Steering Committee. I will be vice chairing on the Resilient Counties Advisory Board. I will be vice chairing on the Telecom and Technology Committee, and then I was also at the FAC board meeting. I was appointed to chair the Future Technology Committee for the Florida Association of Counties.
You're going to be a busy guy. And you know what, it's been a long day. I have no comments. I just want to say thank you to staff for lasting this long. Thank you for the city administrators that are here, city managers that are here to listen to what we had to say. We hope that you will bring some input to the next city managers meeting with Ms. Baker, because we're not doing this without you. So we need all of your input, and I do hope that you will have a full board, so you can have a quorum and you can make some votes. And our administrator, you know what our direction is, what our desires are, and I hope you can get some answers for us. And with that, we are adjourned at 6:25.
is Palm Beach County, geographically one of the largest counties in the nation. There are 39 municipalities, and we have the best of everything. Our more than 30 departments, divisions, and offices here are here to assist the county's 1.32 million residents with all of their needs. With an operating budget of over... Hey, are you even listening to me?
Man, all that government noise, who cares? Tell me something that's interesting.
Okay, I feel you. Would you be more interested in digital media, some cute animals, and some exotic places?
You have my attention. For now. Tell me more.
What if I told you that the county would give you a card that lets